Stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. This time, we allow topics from the floor that are not on the public hearing agenda. They're limited to 5 minutes if you have something.
I'd like to comment first about the vacancy that you have. I think that anytime that you have a vacancy, that you should open it up. You never know that you might get some new applicant. I don't think you should just recycle. Certainly you should ask those people, but I think you should also give an opportunity for anybody new that wants to come forward. I am also opposed to Diana Weiner being selected for this committee. Her husband is already on the committee. Of course, he lied to get onto the committee about his address. And he didn't need to. And it was like, how stupid was that? He could have simply have said that he lived in Scappoose. There's not a requirement for the planning commission to live in St. Helens, but he lied anyhow. Diana Weiner also lied about her address when she applied for a city council position. I believe she's also an attorney, as well as her husband and Charles Kasner, who, by the way, also lied, but whatever. So you would have 3 people that would be an attorney. And to me, she is not qualified to be on this, and she shouldn't be allowed to be on this committee. And again, you should always open it up to new people. I also, final thing is, I want to say, I don't understand why the planning commission doesn't work more closely with the city contractor, in that the intersection over here at First Street is still closed and the road is done. And it's been done for 2 weeks and it's still blocked off. And that disruption is a huge disruption. I think the city and the planning commission need to work together with the contractor to say, when the road is completed, you open the intersection up, period. And I actually saw working there and I'm like, why is this still closed when in fact the road is completed? And he said, well, it's not completely done. I go, what do you have left to do on the road? And he said, well, we're putting the granite on the planters. And I go, I don't understand how the planters, which are not in the road, requires the road to be blocked off. The planters are separate, and you can certainly work on them, which are on the sidewalk, and open up the road. It's a huge disruption. And I don't know, I think there should be some ordinance, or there's something proactive, because when the road gets done, it's done, and people are frustrated with construction anyhow. Thank you.
Anyone else have a topic not on the public hearing agenda that you want to present? Okay. So how do we? Anybody online? Okay, thanks. The minutes from last meeting. Any issues?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, sure.
Here we are. On the back page, maybe I'm just reading this wrong. For your information items, it says former Commissioner Cohen visited, acted as chair, and the other commissionees proceeded to sit upon him. Commissioner Carey noted he will be missed, but that part's fine, but that middle sentence, since it's your last meeting, I didn't know if you were just playing a trick on us, but that's all me. I'll fix it. Okay.
Okay. No, I missed that. Who got set on? Keep going. Okay.
Otherwise.
No, we have a vote to.
I make a motion, we accept to say with the following correction.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any vote?
Aye.
Aye.
We have any online commissioners?
No.
Okay. All right.
I know you read them. I thought it was a test.
You. It is now 6:05 PM. The public hearing is now open. It's a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a conditional use permit. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map as lot 300 on map 4N1W9BB. The applicant is Aiken Architecture. The owner is Columbia County Mental Health. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Saying none. Does any member of the commission wish to declare any ex parte communications or site visits? None. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code ORS 197.7975. Following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.040. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed condition of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages on circuit court. Yeah. We'll take your report now, Sam.
Thank you, Chairperson. So this is a conditional use permit. And for development at the CCMH campus, this may feel like deja vu, that you have seen this prior. Prior application, at least the conditional use permit aspect, was originally for a building around 5,800 square feet in size. Now we're talking about a square footage of over 11,000 square feet. So it's more or less doubled in size generally. And basically this is a new application, relook at it. With the expanded area, the buildings are highlighted in kind of a pink, so to speak there.
Why is the, we don't have the screen, we usually do, and
Oh,
we don't know exactly why. Is that correct?
Yeah, we tried everything we know how to do, so it's not gonna work tonight.
that's not very handy, is it?
Yeah, but Tom,
Should we just turn this a little sideways more?
I think so.
We actually have. You can turn it so the audience can see. Because we have the plans. Can
Thank you.
Okay,
you see them? Audience? Good? Okay.
so a little more square footage. We have a new application. We kind of talked about that before. And for now, there's some office use, intermediate care facility, which is something we talked about prior. I'll remind you of that shortly. A residential facility, detoxification center, and crisis center. All associated with the CCMH functions there. So previously, you approved an access variance, and that is for the driveway associated with the little maintenance building there on the east side. That's resolved. We don't have to worry about making connections to it. That issue was resolved with the variance. And then we had a unlisted use application recognizing intermediate care facility as something that is a conditional use in the zoning district. So we have some conditional uses. And that's why we have the conditional use permit before you here. I'm not going to go into exhaustive detail. You know, as questions come up, I'll try to answer them, especially since we've kind of covered some of this before. I do, though, want to read a letter we got from the River Fire and Rescue. Figured I'd just read it. This is something that we got after the staff reports were done, so it's not in your packet. So to planning commission and or city council members from Eric Smythe, fire chief / fire marshal. Columbia River Fire and Rescue is aware of the project at the specified address, which includes design changes to Gable Road and the adjacent access to properties on both sides of the street. This project features a center median with trees and shrubbery, which will obstruct visibility and access for emergency vehicles. And that's kind of suggested in the plans here. So I'm assuming that's where Columbia River Fire and Rescue is getting that information. Gable Road has become one of the busiest routes in St. Helens due to the large apartment complex, Walmart strip mall, and fuel station, as well as heavy truck traffic through industrial areas. This increased activity has led to a tenfold rise in traffic congestion, accidents, and access issues over the past few years. Given its status as a major arterial road, correction, technically it's a minor arterial road, the proposed project and its aesthetic changes will likely exacerbate traffic flow and pose additional dangers for both the public and emergency responders. Fire district supports plans to widen Gable Road and implement non-barrier turn lanes for access on both sides of the road. The use of concrete median dividers and turn lanes could create significant access issues for emergency services, potentially delaying response times to victims or in firefighting situations. Trees in the center median pose visibility challenges and create overhead obstructions for larger vehicles such as tractor trailers and fire engines. Additionally, the recommended plan does not account for the needs of local emergency service providers or access considerations. Fire district supports the updating of our roads and streets, but we emphasize the need for a clear plan that includes all agencies requiring access, particularly for emergency incidents. It's important to consider the impacts just beyond just aesthetics. While the project may look appealing, a short-sighted plan can lead to enduring problems for years to come. And then they reference the Riverfront Connector Plan. And we'll talk about that, but I wanted to make sure that was in the record for your consideration. So we'll talk about zoning briefly. The site is zoned general commercial. And the proposed uses are either permitted or conditionally permitted. Like I said, that's why we have the permit that we're talking about now. Talk about wetland briefly. Generally, the only impacts for wetlands we anticipate are those associated with the thermal road improvements on the west side of the site. You can kind of see on the left the green stipple pattern, and that's a wetland, not significant to the city, but we do want to make sure that the Department of State Lands or the U.S. Corps of Engineers, whoever wetlands there are cool with it. So that's one of the conditions, just to make sure they're okay. Talk about landscaping, there's some buffer or some screening for the parking lot that should be easy to meet. Street trees. The street improvements will be worked out further with civil plans. Generally, at least abutting the site, that's a fair depiction. We are allowing a deviation, which we've allowed elsewhere, such as the middle school and the Forest Trail subdivision, the one Rich Bailey did a few years ago. When there's an abutting wetland, we allow elimination of the landscape strip to reduce the impacts to the wetland. The theory being there's greenscape on the backside of the sidewalk to make up for that. So that's kind of the middle ground, and something we've done before. So there's a clear precedence and nobody's blew a gasket over that. As far as parking, they're proposing close to 150 spaces, which is more than the minimum they need. So we're cool there. There are some detail issues with what is truly existing and stuff, and some photos, and it talks about that in here. It's not going to mess up the total count, but just some corrections we'll want to see with the file. By parking, you'll need 4 spaces. Yeah, because of the square footage of buildings. Pedestrian walkways. This is an improvement from previous plans, basically from all ground floor entrances. You're supposed to have connecting walkways that connect to the streets. And the current plans are much improved over previous ones in that regard. That's good. Our site development review stuff, even though it's conditional use permit, our site development review stuff still applies. And that's where there's some tree plan stuff. And I'll talk a little bit more in detail pretty soon on that. We need lighting plans, which is pretty typical. And then we want to make sure that any reference to potential future stuff is not on final plans submitted, because that's not something approved by this or being approved. There was one question for the commission, and it's not quite as bad as we thought originally. Once we learned a little bit more about where some of the ramps are, especially for the building that's just south of the proposed one. There's a ramp behind that building that we weren't aware of, at least at the beginning of the hearing last time, and CCMH told us of that, and since checked it out. But there is some question about making sure some of the, not associated with the original building, and that's the T-shaped one on the bottom left, but the other ones which aren't too old, to make sure that the disabled spaces are up to date for those ones. For example, the existing building between the proposed one and the big wetland. There's a sign on the building, but it's all gravel, so the whole thing's gonna have to be updated anyways. But you know, you could argue it was already approved from a previous jurisdiction, to the county, and they got their bill of clean health on them then. So that's just a question. So tree plan wise, looking at that a little bit closer, it looks like the one, there's a lot of trees out there with white survey tape on it. Usually that means one's proposed to be removed, and there's a lot of them with that. And then looking at the plans and potential, like the storm possibility, there's some trees with the diameter or breadth height of 1 foot that may be impacted by other improvements. The one that the applicant focuses on is a redwood, and you know, it's a good tree. It's one you want to keep. It's just south of the big proposed building. But there's a little bit more tree impact that should be evaluated. And so we're just asking for an updated tree plan to provide a little bit more information. The narrative talks about all trees being 6 inches in diameter being identified, but there's really nothing on the plans, at least that I could find, that identifies that. So a little bit of improvement there. I'm assuming that shouldn't be a big. And then if trees are proposed to be removed, as I'm assuming with that survey tape, it's a good thing to know. Right-of-way improvements. So Gable Road, the improvements are dictated by the Riverfront Connector Plan, which was an update or refinement from our 2011 Transportation Systems Plan. And something that's got some attention, and especially as you read by the Columbia River Fire and Rescue comments, is what do we do with that center portion? And at this time, staff is recommending it be a simple 2-way left-hand turn lane, and formerly known as the suicide lane. It's just one lane that can be used as a left turn lane for both directions. There is an exhibit that I created in there that kind of looks at the potential accesses to the north. And basically there's a large undeveloped property. Because of its size, could be substantial. And you know, when that develops, it'll let us look at that a little further, and maybe the 2-way circulation is okay then. I'm assuming it's going to be a big enough proposal that I don't need a traffic professional to do a traffic analysis, and then considerations of turn lanes, more specific turn lanes and landscape medians can be figured out then. But for the purposes of CCMH, a 2-way left-hand turn lane, excuse me, got a little tongue-tied there, makes the most sense. It's not what's reflected on here. So I just wanted to point that out. And that should be cheaper to do too. So that's something that, you know, if anybody has beef with, like testimony on that. So sanitary sewer is another complication for the site. Right now, it kind of has a mix of connection to the sewer system via a septic tank effluent pump system, the STEP system. I think I got the acronym right on that. So the original portion of CCMH campus, that T-shaped building, basically the left half essentially is on that STEP system, and then stuff on the right half is on a on-site septic system. So they propose to increase the STEP system to serve all the sites. We currently have capacity issues. We currently have capacity issues. We don't have capacity issues 20 years from now. We don't just have that. We currently have capacity issues. And so when we brought this up with the council, we said, look, we have an issue here. We need to do a moratorium or we evaluate impacts fees similar to how we've evaluated impacts to the Gable Road intersection, where we look at, so we know the Gable Road intersection is beyond its capacity. And so when we evaluate large proposals such as Broadleaf Harbor, that's a good example. We look at the new vehicle trips created, compare that to the projects in the Riverfront Connector Plan, and that results in equation to determine a fee. So we don't have to deny the application. In this case, there is an on-site system, and so that's something that can be discussed, but based on the applicant talking about wanting to connect to it, we do have that fee included as part of the sanitary sewer elements of the proposal. As far as the conditions, a lot of the stuff I just covered is in there. One thing that I hadn't talked about, so if the building identification letters. So we have an A, B, E, H, and N right now. Now, in my experience with this and working with the fire marshals, not the current fire marshal, but the last couple, Jeff Pritchard, who was working with St. Helens, he's the Scappoose guy, and then Thad. Can't remember his last name now, but the last guy. Yes, thank you. So the idea there is a fire engine comes in and there's a natural sequence of building letters to help facilitate efficient emergency response to various buildings. And usually it's some orderly fashion. In this case, it goes A, B, E, H, N. And I don't know, who was involved in that. The city wasn't involved in that before, but we just want to make sure that we get fire marshal approval for the new letter scheme, so they're aware of that. Because they're the ones who are going to have to use it. So that's in there. I have in red as just a consideration, updating existing accessible space, not related to the original building, the T-shaped one, but the other ones that came later. And I think that's probably enough of my stuff for now. Yeah, if anything comes up, we can try to answer it with answer the questions with more detail. Let the public testimony take shape.
I have a question of clarification. So staff is recommending the two-way left turn lane. Would other elements of the plan, the riverfront connector plan be required, like the sidewalks, the bikeways?
Yeah. And it's reflected on there.
Okay.
And so the part of budding the site, and that really hasn't been a controversy, but the discussion of what happens with that center portion, that generated some excitement and, rightfully so.
And one other question, I know that in the packet, that the delineation, the property had been delineated for wetlands. Do you have any idea how long ago that was?
Last year. Or early this year.
It was over 5 years, they'd have to do it again, so. Oh, I could, which they had. Any other questions or clarification?
On the sensitive lands, it says, Milton Creek, are you meaning McLean Creek?
Yes.
Oh, I may have, yeah, sometimes I'm get dyslexic on those. But the creek on the south side of the site.
And the floodplain on that, is that affected by the?
Yeah, that, fortunately, this is all out of that. That's, so the new development is outside of the riparian area and the floodplain. So no issue for this proposal. Fortunately.
You know, the clarification. Right, applicant, if you'd like to come up and whoever that is. Could be multiple people.
Al Peterson, Account Architecture and Design.
Jacobson, Columbia County, Columbia Community Mental Health. Jeez.
Quickly, I'm just gonna turn this and point you guys in benefit. The question about the creek is clear down here. Long ways away. The wetlands is here. And it has been delineated, and we are working with both the civil engineer and the wetland specialist to deal with whatever impacts there are along the sidewalk right there. Because the wetland actually goes pretty much up to the pavement and the right of way. The work is gonna be in the right of way, but the wetland goes up to the pavement. So, that's where we are on that. They've already, the wetland was, approved by DSL. I think it was in, the spring, like January or February or March of this year. We've shown the street trees along here and sidewalks along here. That's all, as Jacob said, we knew that from the beginning, and I told CCMH. Jacob did point out some deficiencies and the clarification. This is an updated survey. It has all of the trees identified, their sizes. Every tree that's larger than 6 inches is identified. This is also the same drawing, but with the building superimposed on it, and it mentions the maple that we're taking out right there. It mentions an oak that we're taking out right there. And it also mentions the redwood, which is being retained right there. This has been carefully laid out so that we don't have to impact the trees. Do you have the civil drawings?
I do. It might take me a bit.
Is this a staff report?
Yeah,
It was included if you just scroll down to the
Okay.
bottom.
Where's the oak tree?
I didn't catch that.
What was the oak tree? I missed that.
It's we got it here.
It's right, it's at the edge of the parking lot.
Okay, great.
Maybe they were in this staff. Okay. This is civil, but they're rotated.
I can rotate them. Is this the one or?
Yeah, go ahead and rotate this one. So, again, this is the same trees. We had to reconfigure the pond because of adding the proposed building and because of things we wanted to do in the center here, so the civil engineer is still avoiding the trees, and we still only have the 2 particular trees that are pointed out already on the original site plan. And here is the existing redwood. So I just wanted to clarify for everyone's information that all of the trees that had white tape on them, that's what the surveyors put on just so they knew that they had marked them all. So anyway, that's the trees. Now, I do have one request.
Crisis Center.
Oh, yeah, and so, well, I'm still on the trees. I do have one request, and that is in condition 2.9. I don't know which page that's on. It's on page 17 of the staff report. The only request is, it's standard practice, and we have the landscape architect on on the engineering team. But this condition says certified arborist. We would like you to add a landscape architect or certified arborist to the condition. It's typical for landscape architects to provide specifications and drawings that show trees to be kept and the procedures that are to be followed when they are maintaining trees. So I just wanted to make sure that that got in. We don't have a problem with providing the plans. That's typical. And I just gave you this just so you had a little bit better understanding of what's going on. Well, that's all I'm going to say about the trees. The one thing that I do want to bring up has to do with what's been submitted in the staff report related to the existing sewer system. And I've had some correspondence back and forth with city engineering over this, which I have copies of here. And the issue is that according to the, and I'm just going to cite it in your staff report. Yeah, well, what I want to bring out in the staff report is what was included as part of the staff report, which is behind. Which is behind all your information. And it's a memo.
It's 27 or 28. Well, it's hard to tell. It's right here.
No, that's not.
Wastewater.
No, we don't have a problem with that. One just. So, okay, well, it's right after the staff report. This is the cover title page. Yes, St. Helens wastewater collection system, new sewer connection surcharge. And if you go to page 4, yes, it is page 4 of this memo, says sewer surcharge assessed per EDU is found capacity upgrade to the public sewer system that will be levied on those properties and developed requiring connection to the sewer trunk lines identified in the 2020-21 master plan. My point is CCMH already is connected to city sewer and it already has an oversized water meter. Its water meter is a 2-inch water meter. Okay. I'm going to keep one of these and you share. So this table is a standard table that is usually produced by a mechanical engineer, but I produce this one. What this table shows, first column is the list of all the fixtures or potential fixtures that could be in the building. The next next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 under the title existing buildings are all the fixtures that were in the various buildings that are existing on the property. The only one that I haven't filled out is the one that's listed as number 1. And the reason I haven't filled out, if you go down there to the little footnote, it says existing main building star 78 fixture units per as-built drawings. There was a note on the as-built drawings from the existing building that told me how many fixture units there were, so I didn't have to do the table. So the existing buildings that are on the property have 115.5 fixture units. It's an engineering term and I'm not going to get into it, but that's how they calculate pipe sizes. That's how they calculate meter sizes. The yellow columns are the phase 1 and phase 2 portions of the building. Phase 1, phase 2. But now we're all one building. But on the I didn't want to have to rewrite my whole thing, and I didn't want Jacob to have to rewrite his whole report just because of the 2 portions of the building. But point is, it's now one building. But if you go to the bottom, we have 94 fixture units. So if you go to the last column, it says site total. The bottom of that column shows 209.5 fixture units. Then you go down below that where it says recommended meter size based on fixture units. And then you look at the existing meter. And the existing meter per the City of Portland meter sizing standards. The existing meter can handle 532 fixture units. When with this proposal, we are proposing 209 fixture units, less than half of what the meter can handle.
In Jacob's report, he said 550 was the capacity of the inch
550?
550. I think you might reference that in there.
I don't remember that. Anyway, I'll go with 550 if you want, or I'll go with 530. I don't care. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is when CCMH built their original building, somebody thought ahead. I don't know who, but somebody thought ahead. CCMH installed a 2-inch meter, which is well oversized for their existing building. It's oversized for what's now on the property, and it will be oversized for this property. So my point is, with the existing connections already in existence, CCMH has met their sewer requirement and their water requirement. Now, the existing step system, which is on the property, that one has to be enlarged because right now, the existing step system only goes to this building. Well, we're basically going to extend it, connect it to these buildings. But my point is, we already have a system sized for the existing things. Now, the email that I referred to before is this one. And I'm gonna have to make you share. The email from city staff, if you go to the second page, the email is city staff is saying, hey, you have to pay for a surcharge for your existing connection. Well, that's not the way the memo and the wastewater master plan read. The wastewater master plan and the memo read new connections. So we have an issue with the city basically charging the full price for a 2-inch meter when CCMH is already connected to city services. So I'm not going to say any more about that. I think that is it. Everything else we are okay with in the staff report. And I think that, as far as the parking striping around existing buildings, I can see why it's confusing. I don't know, how things got approved, but they were. But we are okay with restriping some of those spaces. We don't have a problem with that. Oh, while I'm at it, I forgot one thing. You can share. I'm gonna give one to you. One to you. That looks like I got another one. Who wants one?
We can share it.
Okay.
The other documents to staff?
I'll get them.
This is a summary of what I just said. We would like, condition 2.9, line 6 in the staff report under condition 2.9 to be added the word registered landscape architect. I do have one more thing to say about the wastewater surcharge. And I sent an email to city staff this morning. And I requested a copy of the ordinance or resolution where these fees were adopted. Because I was going through the ordinances and the resolutions trying to find it, and I couldn't find it. All the published ones that are on the city recorder's website. I went through every single one going back 2 years. It's not there. I don't know if they've actually adopted these fees by ordinance. So I'm not even actually sure that the city can charge these fees until they adopt them by ordinance. And that's what I've put in the last bullet point, number 2.
Have any questions of the applicant? Lots of stuff.
Yes, so we would like to summarize, last thing is we would like you to approve the site design review and conditional use permit with the exception of the 2 items that I brought up.
The anticipated completion date.
We're hoping to start construction next spring. Completion date will depend on the contractor, but that's the plan at the moment.
Has to be contractually, we're required to have it done by December 31st of 26.
You have anything to that or you?
No, I was just here for support.
Wait, I want you to be. Any questions of the applicant? Thank you. Any testimony in support of the application? Anyone that has neutral testimony, either for nor against the proposal, you want to talk about it or ask questions? So any testimony in opposition to the application? Come up to the.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Moore again. I've seen most of you a few times now. So I don't know exactly where all this should be. Some of it is for you guys to think about. I think some of it is for CCMH to think about as they move forward. Again, the sewer line is a big issue, not being out on Gable. It can't be hooked up to by anybody else. So we're missing community improvements and going to have to end up leapfrogging utilities around because they're using the McNulty, even though their complex is dribbling halfway down Gable. The suicide lane, I'm in support of also because that is what makes most sense for that area. It truly is a nightmare for emergency responses. I don't feel like this is conditional use because it kind of fits, but yet it doesn't really, I don't feel like they've really talked about what's going to happen there. They give us a transitional facility for displaced people. Where are the displaced people from? At the last meeting, they said most of their clients will come from out of county. What kind of issues are they working on? Are we talking about homelessness, meth, opiates, alcohol, just behavioral problems? Then we've got a detox center. Will that also be serving mostly out of county folks? How long will they be there for detox? Where will they go after that? That's usually a pretty short thing. What happens if they need a higher level of service, more medical care than what they can provide? Is CCMH going to transport them to the hospital or is that going to be CRFR? The 8-person crisis center. I thought we already had a 6-person crisis center at that site. At that time, they said the state was gonna come up with the rules for that, and that was a couple years ago. They still haven't come up with the rules for it. Is the crisis center that's already there being used for something different or not? When they get this new facility built, will the old crisis center no longer be used? They're gonna demo it, use it for something else? What's gonna happen to that? Is the crisis center voluntary, or can like the police compel people to use it? I've seen several incidents where folks were police contact and left on the road because they couldn't arrest them. And they were a danger to themselves and traffic. It's pretty sad when you see those situations. All of those, there are 3 proposed uses. They all bring really different issues and a lot of challenges to the neighborhood, the city, and the county. It'll impact a wide variety of public service agencies. The Cornerstone facility down here was number 5 customer for Columbia River Fire and Rescue between January and August. They were averaging about 6 ambulance or medical calls per month. What kind of stress is this facility gonna put on that service? Since most of those folks are coming from other communities, are they gonna return them to where they brought them from, or are they staying here? Because that will be more social services. For some of them, probably community justice, probation. A lot of these folks are wrapped up kind of in the law at some point in their lives and have things that need to be dealt with. So that puts more strain on it. We have a failed jail levy. We have a failed 911 levy. St. Helens Police Department is grossly understaffed right now. County Sheriff is, some of their patrol deputies are working on a levy that will also end. And just kind of put it in perspective, US Bureau of Labor, North Coast has 5 officers per 1,000 residents. We're lumped in with metro area. We're 1.8 officers. And City of St. Helens, their last report they done is 1.41, and that was before they're having the staffing issues that they are having currently. In the transitional facility, trying to reintegrate them into the community, great idea. Put in perspective, Clatsop County, they've got 20,000 jobs for 41,000 residents, so that's 1 for every 2 people. Tillamook County, 10,200 jobs for 27,000 residents, 1 job for every 2.5 people. Columbia County, 12,000 jobs for 54,000 residents, 1 job for every 4 people. So if we're talking about integrating back into community and getting jobs and productive citizens, we're kind of the least qualified community for that to happen in. Thank you.
Do you have anybody else that wants to testify in opposition of the application?
Hello, my name is Shauna Harrison, and I am in opposition of this facility for a couple of reasons. Mainly safety is my biggest concern. We continue to have a vulnerable situation in our community with lack of law enforcement. And I'm also concerned about on this property, I was looking through the paperwork on it, and they also, this is doubled from what they were gonna do originally, which I already came down here and spoke, I believe, against it at that time. But on page 3 of 18 in the site design review, there's a couple of things that are the proposed phase is that you've got 1, the replacement building, 10,000 square foot office building, 2, 5,000 square foot office building, 3, and then 4 possible homeless housing facility. I think it's really important that we talk about the resources that we have out here as we continue to bring in vulnerable sectors into an area that is 30 miles away from a hospital. And it's actually very heartbreaking that we're here continuing talking about Proctor kind of care, which I realize Proctor is more foster care, whatever, but homes and facilities in general, while we don't have a hospital here, that we've continued to like, you know, really suffer in regards to that. Of course, concerned about, you know, great, they seem to have adequate water services, but they clearly have inadequate sewer services. And I'll tell you, I would much rather have inadequate water services and adequate sewer services and adequate sewer, you know, vice versa. So that is very concerning to me. I'm familiar with the demographic over there, and I actually used to work for CCMH, and I was around when this site was originally basically expanded and built up with Donna Tewksbury and the wetland mitigation that had to happen at that point in time, which I think also poses some concerns in regards to accessing viable sewer versus what other kind of secondary system they're gonna have to put in there, whether it's an ATT system or whatever have you. The trees, we really need to talk about like a tree canopy. That's like a side issue. I don't think it's just their issue, but I do think that in our community as a whole, I mean, I've seen that you're supposedly had a tree council, but I haven't heard that it's really going or active anymore. But I think that's something that begs a bigger conversation in regards to how you're gonna preserve tree canopies in areas, you know, especially as we continue to have hotter summers and things like that. And if you're gonna bring in double the capacity of humans into a facility, and God forbid they're, you know, they need some trees, they need some shade. Gable Road is beyond capacity. That was already stated. So it seems absolutely insane to me that we're gonna continue to double the area down there in regards to that. Down the street at McCormick Park, I can't walk there anymore due to homeless things that are going on there. And that's very true. They've got a great area to walk, but it's literally not safe to walk down there by yourself. It doesn't feel like there's lurching around with some unsavory people that are already, you know, on the margins per se. I mean, I'm all about growth within reason, but I just don't see how we have the capacity to continue to bring in vulnerable sectors into our community, and we don't have any support for them here with jobs, medical, even, you know, transportation. You know, I think about Jennifer Warren all the time in regards to the, you know, safety and the inadequate support staff that's available to size a place of this capacity. So yeah, I think that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. Thanks.
Anyone else want to testify in opposition to the applicant?
I think that, you know, clearly in a lot of ways, this facility meets the criteria for your approval, which is why I think you have a difficult decision. But clearly the community does not want this facility here. And really feels, I think, that we are overwhelmed with the Broadleaf Arbor facility that's already there. And not just overwhelming, you know, the city, it's overwhelming our schools, it's overwhelming our police department. And I think the feeling is that why are we building another facility that is focused on bringing people, which they have admitted are not going to serve our local people, but they are coming from other communities, Tillamook and Clatsop County is what they told us. And it's like, yeah, you know, obviously they are a company that wants to provide services and make money, but at what detriment to us? And I think that that is a factor, even though they may meet your criteria to approve. I think you have to look at what's best for the community. And I do believe, I don't think I believe that the sewer systems are as adequate as have been claimed. So I think that is an actual issue. It's not just that facility. In general, the sewer throughout the city is in great need. And I think that that's a factor as well, and that you should deny this for conditional use permit until A, we can get the sewer, and B, the community has an opportunity to get the staffing and the policing and the other facilities that we need to be able to support additional people here. Thank you.
Anyone else in testimony in opposition?
There's one online.
No, okay. Please go ahead.
Suzie?
Hi, my name is Susie Dahl. I'm going to turn on my camera so you can see that it's me. If my camera will turn on. It will not turn on. Okay. I am calling in on behalf of my mom, Layla Otto Wilson, who has the property across the street. And while this staff report does identify most of the issues we had with the road median, after reading through it with the sewer and the information from the county sanitarian, I think sewer is a big issue. With this application, I just want to ensure or maintain our clear direction that the center median should not ever have concrete, because nobody and no emergency access can go through there if it's just two-way with a concrete median with planting, and it also decreases visibility. I too am also concerned about the people coming in from other counties. And if you look at the statistics, the majority of people who don't make it through detox, they are then more than likely released back into our county, and we do not have the services to provide for them. Thank you.
Anyone else online? Or in the audience? In opposition? Okay. We have any questions of staff that came up from some of these? I know, I hope rebuttal, but
Yeah, I think it'd probably be a good idea for me to explain the sewer issue a little bit more before.
That was the question I had.
should we do that after the rebuttal or before?
Well, I would like the applicants to have a chance to hear it and
Okay, good.
comment on it. So the sewer issue has nothing to do with the capacity of the site's system or the meter. It has to do with the city-wide issues of the infrastructure. So currently, we have the system that is above capacity. So there is the potential of surcharge. So the concern is brown stuff flowing on the streets for children to play in, which is not
Thank you.
conducive.
Visual, that was great.
It's not conducive to public health, safety and welfare, which is our job here. So and there's a provision in our code, development permits may be restricted by the commission or council. That is the approval authority where a deficiency exists in the existing sewer system or portion thereof, which cannot be rectified within the development and which if not rectified will result in a threat to public health, safety, surcharging of existing mains or violations of state or federal standards pertaining to the operation of the sewerage system, sewage treatment system. So that's really the issue. It's the broader system, and it's adding effluent volume to the entire system. And the title of the memo is really irrelevant. The title of the memo could say fairies wear boots. You gotta believe me. Now, from those of you know where that came from, I'll give you a gold star. But so it doesn't matter. The fact is, we have a problem, which we hope, and we're kind of in the middle of the time period when we think it's going to be resolved. So that was a 2022 issue. That memo you'll see is dated December 2022, and we're 2 years into it. And as I mentioned in here, we're anticipating that some of those issues are completed by 2027. Now, down here, some of those issues are being resolved a little bit sooner, just based on certain things. So So that's the issue is, all right, we know we have this problem. And so when this came before us, we're like, oh crud. So what do? So we talked to the council, and this is in conjunction with our consultants at the time. Like, hey, we don't. All right, council, do you want an active moratorium? No, we don't want to prohibit development. So, all right, so we can look at each proposal and consider the proportional impacts to the system, just like we've done for transportation intersections. Just like we did in the city of Cornelius 20 years ago, when a Walmart went in. That's the first time I encountered it. Forest Grove was all freaked out about traffic impacts, and so they looked at all the intersections. And something that we've done here several times over the years, the good old Gable. So it's that thing. And the memo was a way to organize that and be consistent with these applications, depending on which basin there is and how much development is within there. And so that's the issue. Now, you could say, because it says the approval authority may, and you could say, well, you know what, screw it. 2027 isn't that far away. And we think that based on their construction plan, there won't be that much time span from when we think those improvements will be done. Now, I will say, if the condition exists in there, it doesn't mean that, let's say they're delayed and they get their building permit. It's like, yeah, well, we think this is far enough along now, we don't have to impose that. But that's why it's in there. This is a citywide issue. And you could just say, screw it. You could also say, okay, well, no connection until this is paid. And they do have the option of the on-site system. Now, it's complex, maybe expensive, and maybe also physically encumbering because of the size of it. But it's a potential option. So that's kind of the issue with the sewer. Now, as far as extending the sewer, so I talked to our engineering department about this, and there's a paragraph in here about that. So one way you could go is down Middleton Way. Towards Stainless. And there's a sewer line about 170 feet away in that direction. And the shortcomings from the perspective of city goals and CCMH is that, one, you're crossing a creek, so you're increasing complexities. Now you're getting to the floodplain, it's riparian area, kind of messy, and it really doesn't serve intervening properties. So that's why that really hasn't been pushed. And the problem with Gable is just grade. The sewer line where it's at is shallow, and because of its lack of depth, is insufficient to extend down Gable. So the sewer issues kind of limiting there. So that's that problem that was the concern was expressed about. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. So applicant, would you like to rebut?
Do you have anything to say about sewage?
A little bit. You want to talk as well? Okay. Bring it? Yes, I did. All right. So the sewer master plan. I want to correct something that I did include. And include the correct map. The map that if you go through, I want to scroll down to my narrative or scroll up to my narrative. Show you where it is.
part of it.
Yeah, keep going. I'll tell you when. Keep going. Keep going. Hold it, right there. So, no plan. This has to do with the trees. I think you need to go back down. Maybe have another handwritten note somewhere. We could go, roll again.
Yeah, it's before the
There it
tree.
is. Here it
4 of
is.
18.
Sorry,
Oh, I thought it was page 4 of
it's
18.
on 4?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
That's the one you were
okay, go for it. Anyway, you guys have it. You know where it is.
talking about, the trees or the sewer?
No, the sewer.
4 of 18.
4 of 8. Okay, good. 4 of 18. There it is. So there it is. There's his comment, and he says it's existing. Go down to the next, map. I think Jacob's. Well, let's see, maybe it's up. We need to go up. Here we are. Perfect. So Jacob made a hand note here. This is not the 20-year map. I have the 20-year map that I'm going to give you. But just to get you oriented, this is the blue line, which is, serves most of this industrial area behind. This is the CCMA property, and that's the rest of the city. So, what I have here for you is more pages out of that master plan, which is really the correct map that I should have included. And you guys see that one? Got enough? I need to do one. I'm gonna hang on to one for now. So this master plan, I read the master plan. This master plan goes on and on and on and on, which is fine. But on the first page, which I've included here, it talks about pipes considered undersides if they exceed the ratio of 0.85, which is the same number that Jacob had in his staff report. And then figure 1.3 was the existing model. That's the highlighted sentence at the bottom of this first page that I gave you. That was the map that I mistakenly included, which is that one. The map that I should have included, or went with my text, is actually the map, which is 2 pages down, but I want to talk about what's on the first page, which I've highlighted, or the second page, which I've highlighted here, which is the 20-year capacity plan. And it talks about, and if you go to the bottom page, it talks about figure 1.5. Well, if you go to the next page, figure 1.5 is this one. Okay. Now that you're all on the same page, the same comment that is on the first page, which says figure 1.3 shows locations of overcapacity pipes in the existing system model, displayed in orange and red, with potential overflow locations marked in red with a red circle. That comment applies to the map that I have here. Okay. Again, I'm going to point out, we are on this blue line here at the bottom. There are no red or orange lines. And there are no red circles. Now, if you go through the rest of the master plan and you go to, actually, I think that's actually in your staff report. I will find it. If you go to this page at the back of your staff report, I don't know where it is. It itemizes some of the improvements that are considered first priority, second priority, and third priority improvements. The only improvement that is on that blue line is install overflow alarm. That's it. That is item number 1.4. If we go down to item number 2.4, which is also on the blue line. Did you find that page yet?
Nope. Can you tell us which page it's on? Since you're actually looking at it.
Well, what page is it on?
Your numbers on here.
Oh, wait a minute, you know what? This might be something I printed up on my own. It is what I printed up.
Wait, I couldn't find it, yeah.
This is the staff report. No, it is not there. Okay. I will give you, I'm gonna have to give you oral testimony. This is the only copy I have, and I will give it to you when I'm done. So if you go to the 20-year, and this is top of page, 20-year critical improvement plan. Item 1.4 is on the blue line, like I said, and that's to install overflow alarms on the pumps. Item 2.4 is also on the blue line, and that's pump station upgrade. And if you go to the second column, I'm going to read that second column. It says primary purpose. Primary purpose of number 1.4 is operations. So they're installing alarms when they know, so they know when the pumps go out, so they know if there's an overflow, they know if there's a problem. Operations, it's not capacity. Item 2.4 on this master plan is pump station upgrades. And that is priority number 2. That is not priority number 1, that's priority number 2. Priority number 2.4 is pump station upgrades, and in the primary purpose category, operations and safety. It is not capacity, it's operations and safety. Okay, now we go down, I think it's 3.4. 3.4 is priority number 3. Upgrades, and it says pump station number 7 upgrades. That is the only one which is listed on the second column that says anything about capacity. That is a capacity issue. Okay.
We're good. Too far. So on this map, you're connected to the blue lines. So that means you are connected across the
Right
creek.
there.
You're
Yes,
connected.
this line,
You are connected across the
this
creek
line,
already.
yes, we are already connected. The
Across the
line already goes across the creek. The line crosses the creek at Walmart. And I don't know where exactly.
Oh, that's right. So
There's a creek, there's a line that crosses the creek at Walmart, and that line serves Walmart and Broadleaf Arbor. It also, before Broadleaf Arbor was built, serves CCMH since 2005.
Good. You said, it kind of contradicts there. It still serves CCMH
CCMH is connected to that blue line
since 2000.
since 2005.
looks like there's a gray line that's showing those. This is the sewers there.
Yes, this map, all of those lines are the lines that they, if you read the sewer report,
These gray lines here.
Oh,
are you ready? Do you want an answer to that question?
Oh, sorry.
The answer to that question is in the master plan. It says those lines were the lines that they specifically studied because those were considered major trunk lines. Those were the lines that they specifically put meters on. Those were the lines that they specifically modeled in their computer model. Now, to get to my last point, and then my last point has to do with priority item number 3, where they're talking about capacity upgrade to the pump. Okay, I just had this conversation about 3 months ago with our civil engineers. And it has to do with this project. I told him, look, why don't we build this step system so that it's large enough to serve not only the building we're building, it also will serve potential future buildings. Right now, all of the other buildings that we originally show on that map, they're off the table. They don't have the money for them. They don't know when they could possibly be built. But, you know, they had a master plan. They had grand ideas. Great. Right now, they're all off the table. However, in my conversations with the civil engineer, I said, hey, size this system so that, you know, if they want to build another building in 5 years or 10 years or whenever, they can still connect to the same system. And then another engineer asked me, who was trying to figure out the details of the pump, he asked me some more questions, so I told him what I thought. Well, what I thought was wrong. What I thought was install a pump that's big enough to serve future needs. That was wrong. Standard engineering practice says that you can plan for the future. However, if you install functioning equipment, don't oversize it. The reason is, if you oversize it, and an air conditioning system is the same as a pump. If you oversize an air conditioning system or you oversize a pump, when it's not pumping its normal capacity, it will turn on for little spurts, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, and that will make the equipment degrade faster. You will be replacing your big ass pump more times because you mistakenly installed a big ass pump. So, to get back to my point about this, I suspect, I don't know, because I don't know when that pump station was put in down there at Multiple Plywood. I suspect they sized the system for whatever size they thought it ought to be. They sized the tanks for whatever size they ought to be, but they sized the pumps so the pumps would last longer. They wouldn't be turning on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off for the next 50 years. They did it for a specific reason, which has to do with long-term maintenance costs to the city. So, back to my point. The system that CCMH is connected to is sized appropriately. It ended up on this spreadsheet because they want to make system-wide upgrades, which I'm not opposed to. But to claim that, you know, the fact that CCMH is going to build a building and that's going to cause the whole system to break down is wrong. There is enough capacity. The two items that are at the top of the list are operations and safety. They have nothing to do with capacity. So that's all I have to say about that. And I still am not sure that city council authorized these fees legally. Because I've gone through, as I said, all the resolutions and all the ordinances for the last 2 years, and I can't find it. Thank you.
What a rebut about the use of the waste and other county.
Yeah, I just have two quick things. I mean, I don't know the relevant.
Before.
Huh?
Talked about it before.
Yeah, you know, well, in this case, I'm gonna sum it up really quick because I don't know the relevancy to the actual conditional use permit of it. But you know, we don't make these plans in isolation. Law enforcement from Scappoose, St. Helens, and the sheriff were participatory in these meetings, and they're the ones that, you know, we're in support of the Crisis Stabilization Center. So law enforcement's backing us on that because that saves them hopefully a trip to Hillsborough or Unity or somewhere outside of the county. And we have enough capacity in our own city, in our own county to support the second. So, I mean, and EMS, CRFR was a part of those conversations also. And then community justice and other parole and probation, and as well as some of the commissioners have supported our detox center and asked us when we're going to reinstitute that. I mean, our initial detox center that just closed down in 21 happened because of the COVID epidemic. We lost our skilled nursing staff, couldn't recover from it. And we're hopeful now that the environment has changed, so we can actually staff it back to the same capacity level we had it before COVID struck and we had to close it down. So, and that is actually detox is the number one request of our community partners for us to reinstate in this community. And I just want my last thing is that I think in the last time we met, the question was asked is, will this be for Columbia County only? And my response was the majority of services will be for Columbia County residents, but there will still be vacancies for both Clatsop and Tillamook primarily. Because as I said before in that last minute, Hillsborough, Washington County, Multnomah County have capacity to serve their people, and they really don't need to ship people out to us. They already have their resources. So this will be, if you're familiar with Columbia Pacific Coordinated Care Organization, Tillamook, Clatsop, and Columbia County are part of that care arrangement. And so we are partners with them in these endeavors. And so our resources are their resources are our resources. So it's just not like we're shipping everybody here. We have a number of our own county residents over receiving services elsewhere too. So I just want to say that, you know, we didn't do this in vacuum. This is just not our idea. And law enforcement, EMS, and full probation and community justice are in support of these developments.
The commission have any final questions? Oh, wait, sorry.
I just want to say something from nothing to do with the rest of the stuff I already presented, but kind of personal and kind of related to what these guys do. So we own property in St. Helens. It's basically behind the food bank. Over the years, and I live on Clark Street, around the corner from the food bank down along Milton Creek. And our property extends from my house all the way to Heller's bearing sales warehouse behind the food bank. A big bunch of fir trees there. Well, in the last 15 years or so, there have been homeless people back there. You know, we go back there, try to regularly, sometimes we forget, but we go back there and there's homeless people back there. All of the discussion that I keep hearing, and not only in this forum, but in other forums, is as if these people are not local. That is absolutely wrong. They are local. So this facility is going to try to help get people transitioning from homelessness out of homelessness. This facility is also going to serve as a detox facility. Well, I hate to say it, but there's a lot of drunks in this county. So this facility will serve those people. The crisis center, which was mentioned briefly, is simply an addition to the facility, and we don't know what's going to happen to the existing crisis center once everything gets moved into the new crisis center. That's for down the road, but it's not part of this application. But to just simply, you know, people put their blinders on and pretend that homeless does not exist in this county when it does. I was driving down Columbia Boulevard last week. I think it was on Monday, about 9 a.m. in the morning, directly across the street from Red Apple, on the corner where those new 4 units that have been built by Councilor Hubbard, on the corner, somebody who was clearly homeless was sitting on the sidewalk, sorting through his Walmart bag. Somebody must have given him one of those reusable Walmart bags because they're pretty good size. He's sitting on the sidewalk, on the corner, sorting through his Walmart bag. That was at 9 a.m. At 12 or 12:30 or somewhere around there, when I was driving back to my house to go eat lunch, He was still on that corner, only this time he was laying down. I assume he was sleeping. Parked on the corner and just going back to his car was somebody that had a US flag on the bumper, but it didn't have a public license plate. But somebody had just been talking to him, probably checking on it. To ignore the problems and say they're only coming from the outside is wrong.
Thank you. Any further questions of the applicant or staff?
I want to get some clarification on the sewer issue. Tell me if my assessment of this is correct. So my understanding is that the fee assessment is effectively a surcharge on not individual site capacity, but a surcharge designed to help upgrade the entire systemic capacity for the city. Am I reading that accurately?
To avoid denial of development permits.
So it's not really keyed to does site A or site B or site C individually have sufficient outflow. It's as a community as a whole, we've decided we lack capacity, we need funds to upgrade, this is where we get the money.
And then we look at, okay, well, here's point A. That's the subject property, and then point B, that's the wastewater treatment plant. And then boop, 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 boop. What's in between? Are there problem areas? And in this case, there's a couple which are noted in there. You could point at Casser Road and a filter and type of pipe closer to the pond.
That are in line with this property.
And that's the basis.
Yeah, thank you.
And pump station 7's included in the improvements, which was mentioned in testimony.
Any other questions, staff?
I guess my question to staff, and I'm trying not to make this a smart aleck one. But how does charging the surcharge fees keep the visual that you painted for us earlier from happening?
Yeah, it's a good point, and that's something that we brought up with the council. The thing is, they didn't want to halt development. And what's that probability? Will it happen? Will it not happen? I don't know, but yeah, it could still happen. Could still happen. So then that's a question for you.
I think it's a question for the council.
But city council has decided to raise money through this assessment scheme, whether or not it's actually going to immediately solve.
Yeah, we talked about this concept. That was something that we talked about with our SDC consultant at the time when we were going, holy cow, what's the best way to deal with this? We consulted with the council about our options. And we're 2 years into it now, and that's where we're at. And so it was kind of the middle ground. Yeah, it could still happen. So yeah, that's not smart ass at all. It's just the reality.
I didn't say smart ass, I said smart aleck.
Oh, smart aleck. Okay, sorry. I got the wrong.
We'll keep it.
I'm the liar.
Any other questions of staff or?
Do you have any comments regarding the letter from the county sanitarian environmental service specialist?
It's just that was submitted in the previous application. They didn't submit something new. And at that time, the application didn't really talk about the sewer aspect. We had talked about it in meetings and stuff, but it wasn't really in the application. And so they were like, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Here are the potential issues. And so it's saying, and as it relates to the sewer thing, it's saying, and I'm not, a septic person, but it's saying there's no way in heck this is possible. My read is maybe it's possible, but it's complicated if an on-site system is desired to be used.
Hearing no further questions to the commission, no further responses from staff, the public record is closed. And this matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral discussion.
I think there's a few questions here. One, the tree thing, including registered landscape architect. So we talked about the certified arborist. I've just had so many problems with tree plans. Done by random people, it just doesn't work. And you know, I don't have that much heartburn if you want to include landscape architect. But that's kind of the basis in there. Our code talks about certified arborist. We're kind of focusing on that. So we have legit tree plans, not just something on paper that turns into just a waste of everybody's time. That's kind of my concern.
I struggle with that verbiage because a registered landscape architect is not the same thing as a certified architect. And there have been, I mean, there's dangers that can be had to not including certified arborist. So for me, that's something that should be left as is.
Yeah, I think it's totally different.
Sometimes plants that look really nice just don't grow well there.
Well, I mean, if you've ever had a big tree in your yard and dealt with both and been burned that way, then you know, you get hesitant over the rest of time, basically. As certified arborists have such knowledge and so much to offer, I think, rather than a registered landscaper.
Well, presumably, when that part of the ordinance was passed, certified arborist was there for a reason, so. I don't feel like it's our remit to overrule that.
But then there's also the one I mentioned, that's just upgrading any deficient disabled person space, not for the original building, but for the other ones. I think that's probably just one space now that we know a little bit more from the first one. And then, of course, the charge issue. And anything else we want to discuss, but those are kind of seem to be the chewable items.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been a fair amount of discussion, pro and con, about uses of the facility and populations, but I really don't think that's within the scope of the planning commission. We're here to review whether something's in accord with the various ordinances and the building code and whatnot, not larger social policy issues. I think that would be an argument you'd have to take to city council.
We voted on that last meeting.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
September.
I do remember that testimony being opposite of what the applicant's saying, because I came away from the meeting wondering why it was going to serve so many people out of the community than in the community. I do agree that there's an issue here within the community. It's hoping that it was going to serve our local community.
It sounds like it is.
Yeah.
We have a way to walk through these questions that staff had, whether we want to go there or not.
Well, my hot take on the word charge, weighted otherwise, but again, my just like off the cuff take would be, this is how the city of St. Helens has decided it wants to raise its funds for systemic upgrades. That's what we're dealing with. And whether or not the ordinance, the argument that the ordinance doesn't exist in a legitimate form is, I think, a different argument that, you know, some other lawyers are going to have to get into at some point. But unless I'm really misunderstanding it, it's just basically a surcharge that comes with construction when we're dealing with a connection sewage.
In lieu of a moratorium.
Yeah.
I'm always struggle with that sewer issue and every hearing that involves it. I think it's so risky.
I agree with that completely. I think it's very risky and I'm not a fan of the city's decision.
What are the questions that you highlight in here that you wanted us to think this didn't-
The main one I had
what are the reds?
was just the updating the disabled person, part, the existing, any deficient existing accessible parking space excluding the original building, because it was built a long time ago. The idea is that the other ones were pretty recent. And we know what those standards are. And, you know, just maybe updating signage or something. But it's basically, if you think those existing spaces should be scrutinized in accordance with the current standards,
It sounded like the applicant was willing to do that.
which are pretty comparable to they were installed, the last few years or so. I've been using those standards for over 20 years, so that they really haven't changed much over the course of a couple decades.
Yeah.
That was the main one, I had for you. There was a whole lot more last time, but we've been back a few times, so the plan's been refined quite a bit.
That could be put in as a condition, though, right?
Yeah, it's in red as a placeholder, so, yeah.
The staff report on page 15 of the 19. Paragraph that's about city public works. Were you asking Scott about completion dates because you were tying it into that paragraph somehow where it says that the Basin 5 is
The basins, because
improvements
about
will be
the
constructed by 2027?
2027,
Yeah, I wondered.
thinking that they, they just go away in 2027, the problem.
Yeah, that's.
And that's something, when we were first discussing this, we talked about, at some point in proximity to the estimated completion date, you can anticipate the completion of the project, and that's when the sewerage impact occurs, would closely align with that completion. So we're kind of halfway through, and it's like, we're kind of in this middle area now, right?
Is it, has it started anywhere?
Construction?
Yeah.
No.
No, it's all,
It's at about 60% design.
And we know all the hard rock around here that contractors could be slowed.
yeah, there's always contingency, as you know, construction, and just look at the downtown project.
At 60%, is that within the timeline to be expected or?
Yeah, we're on track and there's funding already set up. We've got a loan already ready to execute as soon as design is completed, but
I'm just saying,
since that we're upgrading, so it's a big project.
it might be a little rosy to be 2027. We just say, oh, it's gonna be done in 2027 and
Yeah.
Say this.
let her go, let's let her go.
Yeah.
Say the same about their project too, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just all construction.
yeah.
So I think that's the variable for this one compared to past ones is that timing element. And it's, it's kind of a best guess.
Got backhoes marching down the street toward the site. We'd say, yeah, go for it.
I've got another question about the surcharge. That money, again, this is, I think, beyond our purview, but the fees that are charged for that we're getting from whatever projects there are. Does that money go into some kind of a reserved
Specific account.
specific account?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reduces the loan.
Just don't want to go into a general account.
It doesn't,
Pay back the loan.
yeah, it doesn't, it's not intended to go into a black hole. Like the general fund.
I'll say you maybe,
The general fund
you said
has a-
intended to.
It's supposed to be tracked.
Anybody want to make a motion? Yeah. Look it over more.
I have one more question. So at this point, are we also? Is the question of divided median on the roadway before us right now? I think that's the other piece that we haven't talked about.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, staff supports the basic two-way
Right.
turn lane, the suicide lane. And that is the most cost-efficient choice, other than not doing anything. And they know that it's applicable to do something. And you know, under the current circumstances, probably the most functional.
And that makes sense to me. I just wanted to make sure that if we're making motions, it sounds like we include that in what we're motioning to do.
Yeah, it's,
That was, yeah, that was the other part I had issue with, was just because these guys are first to the party. Doesn't mean it should screw up other development and impact, as we had written testimony in our packet. These other property owners that are nearby, so.
and that's why I created the exhibit, kind of showing, you know, approaches that one development that Susie Dahl testified on, or the property that could be developed, her mom's place. You know,
Right.
there's a lot of things that could happen there and we just don't know yet.
When do we get to update that to a major arterial?
Well, we are, I mean, we'll have that chance. We are at the eve of beginning a new transportation systems plan update. And so, you know, how we classify streets, that'll be something we talk about. And, you know, should it be upgraded? And does it meet, you know, whatever that.
Now, is that the issue that the letter that you read at the beginning was basically talking about, and concerns that the fire chief, fire marshal had?
Yeah, the suicide lane would be something that the fire marshal wouldn't object to, at least based, because they're saying, we're not sure about these islands and curbing and all this stuff. And the suicide lane is just paint. Our engine can run over paint pretty easily.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure from, because that was, since that was just brand new being read to us, and just trying to make sure that that's exactly what it was basically addressing and saying.
Yeah, and I did, just so they were aware and to make sure there wasn't more comments from them. Hey, what's this? I replied saying, by the way, the staff report says staff recommends that two-way left-hand turn lane.
Okay.
And they never said, well, what are you doing? So it was a tacit. Okay.
The applicant asked to insert regarding the tree plan, arborist or landscape architect.
Yeah, so that's one of the questions.
So that would be in. Trying to find out where that fit. I thought I had it, but then.
Well, it's just adding a couple words to the condition.
Which condition?
And they have, that would be
Landscaping plans or the tree plan?
the tree plan.
Okay, so, right, so. No, here it is. It sounds like,
Yeah, we have two copies now.
it sounds like we,
I want two copies, don't just kidding.
Okay.
sounds like several of us would like it to say arborist.
Yeah, so that's two, it's the longest condition, it's a paragraph.
Oh, there it is. I see it now.
It's just adding those two words to
I
that.
didn't see the circle back.
Yeah.
Yeah. okay.
Good question, Jacob. The eve of this transportation plan, is that also the riverfront connector plan will be reviewed?
Well, it would be considered the riverfront connector and the corridor plan, because those are refinement plans over the previous one, and we're not just gonna abandon those.
That's what I figured. I mean, it seems to be an issue here. So I just wondering,
Protection plan.
with all the impacts that you've seen.
Sure, and you know, that may result in further refinement of it. You know, we'll have to see. I've never dealt with having a new transportation systems plan and not only having a previous transportation systems plan, but also refinement plans. And we have two of them. So it'll be interesting to see how we package all that. But a little beyond the scope of this proposal.
One more thing about the certified arborist for the protection plan. I've seen where trees are left and were protected and the roots were so modified that large trees fell down on the buildings they just built, or they just died. There was a office building in Hillsborough, it's gonna be the lone oak tree, office building, and the oak tree died because they they got too close to it. So it's important to have an arborist that really knows those trees. Like you said. Anybody would like to make that motion?
Well, I think what we're, if I'm hearing this all correctly, I think what we're settling is we maintain the certified arborist requirement. We say yes to updating the recommended update for access for their ADA and similar access to building spaces as outlined. Maintain the sewer charge. And we go with the suicide land. I think that's all the stuff we've talked about.
Yeah. Sounds like a motion to me.
I motion to, as outlined, do those 4 things.
Well, and the rest of it.
And well, and the rest, but yes.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
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 Before I vote, I just want to clarify one thing I should have clarified from the beginning. I've heard some chatter about Todd Jacobson and I being related. We have different last names. I've never met Todd, and this is the only time I've ever seen him. I just want to put that out there.
You have the same.
Time and I.
All right, okay. All right, I have a little more to say. The final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments, and the appeal deadline will be included. This is our vote, right, not our recommendation.
That's correct.
So moved.
We have a motion for me to sign. And second. Second. Yeah. Can you vote?
Aye.
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 So by me signing the decision, it doesn't have to be put off till the next month. Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone who came and testified. We really appreciate it. It was a tough one.
Oh,
But a good one.
this was the new piece.
Oh, and so. There we go. The time is now 7:47 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is the quasi judicial land use. The subject of this hearing is a request for a conditional use permit and variance. X4. This, is that times 4?
Yeah.
Okay, times 4. Oh, yeah, 4 variances. That's right. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map as lot 09200 on map 5 and 1W34CC. The applicant is Dan Hatfield. The owner is LeGrand Townhomes LLC. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, it will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Anyone, member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte communications or site visits? I drove by today. Anyone from the audience object to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? None? Generally, the order proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.7975. Following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.040 and 17.108.050. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described. further criteria, the comprehensive plan or land use regulation, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, precludes an action for damages in circuit court. And thank you for hanging in here for this hearing if you've been waiting all evening. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was a conditional use permit and 4 variances. And the purpose is to basically rebuild a triplex that was on the site at the northeast corner of Wyeth and North Fifth Streets. So there was a triplex there for many decades. Around 2021, there was a fire, basically destroyed it, and then it was left in a state of disrepair for many years. It was recently demoed, I should note. And there's some photos in the staff report that show what was and kind of what you have going on there now. So there was a triplex there. I'm assuming it was built before our zoning ordinance from the 50s. But I don't have an exact build date. But in any case, the lot is too small for a triplex. So it was what we call a non-conforming use. Non-conforming use means it's existing, okay, that's cool. But it doesn't jive with our current rules. And because of its size, it would be inadequate for a triplex today. And it was destroyed more than 60%, unquestionably. And so a non-conforming use destroyed to that extent is not supposed to be reconstructed. And so to have a triplex once again with on-street parking instead of off-street parking, this permit and with the variances is necessary. So the conditional use permit is for the triplex. That's multifamily development conditionally permitted in the R5 zoning district. And then we have 4 variances. One is that lot size issue. Essentially, that is a density variance. I'll talk about these a little bit more detail, but I'll just highlight them here initially. The other one is a reduced setback along the Wyeth side of the street, the side with the sidewalk there. The third is a reduction of off-street parking, basically to have no off-street parking for all of it to be on-street within the Wyeth Street right-of-way. And then also relief from the exterior elevation requirements applicable to multifamily development. So what that is when you have large multifamily buildings, every 30 feet, you're supposed to have certain articulations. And the basis is to make them more visually interesting than not just a basic old box. So I have some photos in there. Some when it was a triplex with the on-street parking, and then some of the burnt out state, and then when it was demoed for viewing pleasure. Columbia River Fire and Rescue commented on this. And I applaud the fire marshal for commenting on it because I know he's a very busy man because he's also the fire chief. They talk about a fire sprinkler system. That's something that the building department would deal with. But the other thing that they talk about is wanting to make sure they have access on all sides of the structure. There's some buffering requirements. We just include that as a condition of approval. So the lot size is 5,800 square feet. It would normally need to be 7,500 square feet for a triplex. So that's that issue. The setback along Wyeth is supposed to be 10 feet. And they're proposing 4.5 feet. That's that other variance. As far as just zoning standards. For the parking, when we look at multifamily development, the amount of parking required is dependent on the unit size, the amount of bedrooms. They're all 2-bedroom units. Those require 2 spaces apiece. The basic multiplication, 2 times 3 is 6. So 6 spaces would be the minimum requirement. And for off-street parking, 6 spaces on the site. So they're proposing that to be in the street. We're talking about that being paved, if that's something that you're okay with. It is a oversized right-of-way, and the shoulder we believe is long enough. There's some sidewalk rebuilding that will increase the width of that. We have that as a condition of approval. Yep. The exterior elevations. So that is, so I talked about every 30 feet, and you need 2 out of the 3 items, a minimum 8-foot recess, a minimum 8-foot extension, or offsets in the roof elevation of 3 or more feet in height. And those aren't quite met. But there are certain articulations in there. Something else I want to mention is the distance of walkways from windows that are not living room windows is supposed to be 8 feet. We believe that could be met, but again, that sidewalk will be widened a little bit, so I want to make sure that's covered as a condition, if that's something that you approve. These improvements are something that's required here. And that's what's gonna update that sidewalk there. So let's talk about the variances a little bit here. So first of all, the parking, I think, part of that question is, do you think that the use fits the site? Does it fit? Really, that's the basic question there. And so when you're considering approving it or denying it, that's a key question to contemplate. And that's based on the variance criterion that says, basically, will it be detrimental to the purpose of the code and stuff like that. The next criterion we have to look at are there special or unique circumstances that apply to the site? And the argument the applicant sets forth, and they're here, they can talk about it more, but there was a triplex there before, and you have topography challenges. You can kind of see some of those when you look at the photos, how Wyeth is up here, and a lot of the property is down here. So will the variance, is it a use variance? And it's not really, because multifamily is allowed in this zoning district, the density variance. Unless you want to look at it as a use variance. As staff, I didn't really focus on that, but you can see it for us. And then will the standards be maintained to the greatest extent possible? So as far as the density variance, we do have oversized rights of way. They need an extra 1,700 square feet to get the triplex. The rights of way are 80 feet wide, which is in excess of what the normal standard would be. And if you're just thinking of density as an overall area, because when you're walking down the street, you're not focused on property lines. It's just, the space. And so that's something to consider for the density variant. There is a remaining foundation wall along Wyeth, which I think is a reasonable yard or setback reduction consideration. For the parking, that's one of those, does it fit questions. They could put a duplex there. With the duplex, they would only need 2 spaces. So that's something to consider. And, you can approve some of the variances and they can use that as a tool to develop the site. And then regarding those multi-dwelling elevation requirements, there is, you're not getting that 8 feet, but there are multiple offsets and roof breaks. And that's something that is reasonable from a staff perspective. I think the off-street parking and minimum size variance, they kind of go hand in hand, because it goes back to that does it fit question. So I think one of those is denied, the other one probably should follow suit. The reduced yard seems reasonable as from a staff level. Too much heartburn on that. And then, like I said, the exterior elevation requirements. I don't think it's a big deal. So at least from our perspective, the critical thinking that we're asking you to focus on is that size and parking. In the conditions, we talk about the buffering not inhibiting the fire district's ability to get on all sides. And I think that's probably good for my blabbing.
Any questions for Mr. Christmas and staff? Commissioner Jacobson, could you turn the screen towards the audience so they can see it now? Thank you.
So note that the plan is wrong as far as the location of that sidewalk. That sidewalk is not adjacent to the property line. That's why I put that note on there.
What do you mean by that?
The sidewalk should be closer to the center line of the right of way. It should be a few feet away from that property line.
This is within the property line.
So,
It's adjacent to it.
yeah, it's not, the sidewalk is not abut the property. There's some distance between. And there's a photo in the staff report where there is a stake in the ground. It's kind of hard to see. But you can clearly see that there's, that was just some plan slop.
Applicant, do you have a presentation? You're here? We have a couple of people, if both of you can come up.
Our hearings.
You've been hearing us okay so far?
Back there I couldn't, up here I can. Yeah, so.
This is Dan Hatfield.
I'm Dan Hatfield, Guy Cummings. Is. I'm looking at this here, the picture that Jacob said where they had the on-street parking before. That's all I'm really asking for is the on-street parking. And the variance for the, you know. In the center unit, we're gonna go back 4 feet. If I go back any farther than that, I can't get no backyard on the center unit. And of course, the walls to offset this here, the center wall on the center unit will be 10 foot high, where the rest of them will be 8 foot high. So you're gonna have a variance that, so it's gonna have an offset. He has a set of plans, you wanna look at them.
We have plans.
So, basically, Jacob originally told me there wasn't enough room for a triplex on there, but then he come up with a variance on the street. Where I can get the triplex on, meet the footage, is that correct?
Yeah, the density variance with the argument that the right of way is wider than it needs to be. You have the area there, it's not necessarily all within boundary of the property lines. If that's something you agree with.
That is, you know, those are mainly the parking on top of it. If you look at where this is, and you look at the second page, you're gonna see the bottom of the lot is like 8 to 9 feet from the height from the road. There's no way I can drive down in there and make a parking lot. What would I do with the water? You know, as it is right now, to get the water out of there, the back gutter, I'm gonna have to bring along the side of it and bring it out to Wyatt Street. So that's gonna get rid of my water problem. But if I put a blacktop down there, and make a driveway down there, I'm creating more problems than it's worth. That's why if you look at what the pictures he sent, where the parker was on the street, and you go up and down 6th Street, 5th Street, why, they're all parking there. You know, I'm not asking for something that ain't being used all the time.
Down Sixth Street, you slow down Sixth Street. It's not paved, but it's all gravel and people's parking on there. And that's all I'm really asking for, is the parking. And that ain't all I'm asking for, I mean, I'm not, but that's the main deal, the parking. But I didn't realize that I had to have the offset in the building. These buildings here is, they're like 19 foot something wide. So you are gonna have a variance up and down where it's not just one straight wall. And, you know, so that's the main deal, is a variance in the front yard and parking up top. But with the street widen, I use that as part of my stuff for the triplex, so that should not be an issue. Because it was a triplex already, I got 3 water meters down below where they had the water meters. So it was a triplex when I bought it, that's why I thought I could build on it. Jacobs, to his defense, been telling me for 3 years I couldn't build it on there. But
When did the fire happen? 21. And I'm going to tore it down. Only to find that really the whole bottom was still perfectly good. It was just the top that was basically burnt.
Well, basically, it'd be realistically, the triplex I want to put on there. We would have had to tear the floor halfway off anyway, because the stairs goes down in each unit, about halfway into the unit. Well, when they had the triplex there before, they had 2 units up above, and they had a stair down below. They had 1 unit down below. Well, mine, I wanted to put all 3 units equally, all 2 bedrooms there, so. So even though it was good, it wasn't gonna work for what I had in mind.
Questions of applicant?
Yeah, I'm looking at the sheet that's got like the site plan on there. And just trying to make sure I understand. Front of the sidewalk, it says pavement for parking. And then why a street going along there? Is that like that used for parking, does that still leave enough of the right or enough of the road for traffic to go back? and-
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking from the drawing, but I just wanted to make sure.
and not only that, if you look at down by the church, it's got the right of way, the same, they have no problem driving back and down that street.
Is that the, which church is that? Lutheran Church, we're doing the Tuesday night.
Pretty good sized church.
Yeah, okay.
So, but they had no problem driving. It's just like, you know, down Sixth Street, you don't have no problem there. Even though you have the gravel right of ways on both of them, nothing is restricted in that road. So, I mean, this is what that would look like in here, so. I mean, it's gonna be raised up. Only thing that is a little bit different here. My architect, put siding on it, I don't want open web trusses in there like beams, you know.
Sure.
That's the only thing. But other than that, it's the same thing.
You in the gable you're talking about?
Yes.
Good job. All right.
I'll sit back there and let them pick me apart again.
Pretty straightforward.
Okay,
Chance to rebut if you need to.
thank you.
Please, if you come up here, please talk loudly so you can hear you. Don't sit too far back. You can hear better.
Yeah, I can't hear better.
All right, does anyone have a testimony in support of the application? Anyone with neutral testimony, not in favor or against? You have to state your name when you come up to the table.
My name's Pat Cherry and I live next door. And before we start about this, I'm so glad the place is down. I've lived next door before it was burned out. It was an eyesore. It was kids going down there. It was awful. And when I questioned him about, he said the city was getting in his way. And that's why he couldn't build. So I'm here to say, I just want to know about the safety, watching the parking in my home. I've been there almost 40 years. So it's a real neighborhood, has been very well established. You know, there's not people, and I worry about traffic at the corner, parking, and just making sure that it's safe for everybody. And
You on Wyeth Street?
What?
Are you next door on Wyeth Street?
Yes, I'm at the corner of the next one up, YF and the fourth. Across from the church. And this is my daughter, Jane.
Yeah, Jane Ferry. The only thing I'm worried about is where they're looking at putting the parking, and he's right, we all park like on the gravel there. Wants to pave it, and are they gonna take out the tree there? Cause there's an oak tree up on the way.
The tree won't come out.
Okay, well, you know, because that's important. That's about it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, with neutral testimony?
Hello, that's my wife Jennifer and I'm Kenny. And we live right across the street, lived there for 30 years.
Say your last name.
Bowen.
Bowen.
Our concern is the parking. There was a triplex there. I don't have a problem building a structure there. I'm fine with that. But it seems like it's all for financial gain, how big a structure they want to put there. I'm concerned about the roadway, the traffic. We have a lot of traffic there now because everybody goes around there. They go down to the liquor store. We have Halloween down and it's packed down there. I mean, we've lived there, we've seen the triplex and there's people parked. If you have 6 cars, you're gonna have 10 or 12 when they have company. They're all over. If you look and there is a new code that came up with a new structure, you have to have off-street parking. And that's what I'm asking. I want off-street parking. I have 7 grandkids. You can't even walk down the sidewalks because people are across the sidewalks. They have boats parked on the sidewalks or whatnot. In the past, I kind of lived in the same situation because I have 12, 14 feet to the edge of the road, not the center of the road, but I'm not allowed to park anything there. That's not my property. That's the city's property. That's everybody's property. I don't think anybody should be able to acquire that property for the financial gain. It's on a corner. There's too much traffic there and it's going to create a lot of cars. The people that live directly right across the street, he couldn't be there because he's got 2 kids at home. He's going to be backing right into those cars. I just do not think that big structure is a fit for our neighborhood. I mean, if we can get off-street parking, if they can put a driveway or a garage and have those cars parked on there, that's fine. But still, eventually, when they have neighbors, they're gonna have the street blocked. The Halloween town's been a mess with us. For places to park. I mean, that's what it should be about. I mean, you can't even use the bike lanes in that area because people park everywhere. And hopefully in the future, with these new constructions, we're gonna start eliminating that stuff. It needs to be eliminated.
When we park our trailer out on the road, when we come back from camping, if it's out on the road for a couple days, we have somebody coming over and telling us, move our trailer. It's only been out there on the road for a couple days.
Mrs.
We
Ferry,
did.
the one that, excuse me, that
It's
just,
only been home for a couple days. Can we, we're gonna be leaving in a couple days. Can you give us a break? No, we're told to hurry up, move our trailer back in our driveway. Like, what? But other people can have their boats and other thing on the sidewalk for years and years and years that I can't even walk down the sidewalk down to the river. For the last 20 years to go down to the river down on 2nd Street. And we can't have our trailer in front of our house for 3 days. Yeah.
her husband, Jim Ferry, he was an avid fisherman, and he was in the same circumstance. He had his boat out. They said, nope, that's not your property. You can't acquire it. And he had to cut down a tree in his front yard and put it right to his front door. And it was on a corner. It's not, no, I mean, everybody goes up and down that road a lot. It's hard to see. I just do not think it's a good fit. Appreciate your time.
Your testimony is in opposition.
Excuse me?
Your testimony is in opposition, not neutral. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
That's all good.
We were getting there.
Okay.
That way we classify it, right?
Okay, yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's neutral.
Before we go more to opposition, does anybody else have a neutral testimony? Anyone else in opposition to the application?
Ready, Priam. I think that we have ordinances for a reason. And continuing to give variances, I don't think is okay. I mean, things happen. Build to the current code. I mean, that's pretty simple. If you want to build the duplex, great, you can build the duplex. As Jacob said, I mean, I understand why he wants a triplex. It's about making more money. Great, sorry, the land doesn't fit. Build a duplex. Pretty simple, and I think you should deny it and say, build a duplex. That's what fits there. You've heard from the neighbors. I think it's pretty clear that it doesn't fit. You follow your own ordinances and tell them to build a duplex.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to the application? This time, the applicant can come forward and have a rebuttal if you have something. Did you get to hear that? Okay.
Yeah, I heard that. My biggest deal is, I understand where they're talking about parking their trailer or their boat out in front of their house. I understand that, but if they're allowed parking there one way or the other, you're still not gonna be able to put your trailer or your boat out there. That no matter if you grant parking there or not, parking for a car, it's not for your boat, not for your trailer. I mean, I understand their problem. I really do. And I feel for them, but it ain't the same apples to apples. That's all I got to say on that, because I mean, parking and yeah, and you know, if say you're gonna have duplex, you're gonna have a triplex, you're gonna have 6 cars there. Who's saying that your family comes over and they're not gonna park there? I mean, that's just like going downtown and parking. You can't stop them from parking. So, I mean, that is one argument. I understand that argument. But that's in, if you have an apartment house and you only have four extra parking lot and there's 5 parking cars from there, what are you gonna do? You know, it's apples to oranges. So, but maybe that's not a good arguing point, but the deal is trailer, a fishing boat, park in front of your house. I understand that, but there has to be some limitation to, like up in Elk Ridge, I own a property up there. I cannot park a trailer in front of my house. Even though I like to park a car in front of my house, I cannot park a trailer house there. Or a boat. You know, so. It goes both ways, so. But I'm not trying to belittle what they're doing, because they have the right to do that as well.
I have a question for you before we go. Would it be possible to put some parking on the northwest side of Fifth Street side on the lot? But
You mean on Fifth Street?
yeah, not fully behind your building, but some there.
You probably could,
Looks pretty flat.
well, what I'm saying is, you can put parking here, and you need some parking here, you probably could do it there. Just as long as you don't go down over the bank. But that is possible, yeah, that you could do something like that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further questions to staff? Or further questions of the applicant? There are no further questions from the commission, no further responses from staff. The public record is closed, and this matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral.
I'm a hard no. It's Clearly, just because there was a triplex there before doesn't mean there should be one now, and I think the hardship is self-imposed. If he built the duplex, things would be fine. We already, in recent history, had to deny a great project because of parking, a big ask on parking. I think this is another big ask on parking. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think in terms of the density issue, I can see an argument there that given the the additional right-of-way space, the purposes of the density ordinance aren't frustrated. But the parking ordinance is about not having a bunch of extra parking, and I don't see how that isn't frustrated by allowing a bunch of extra parking. So unless there's a way to get more parking on site, I don't think that fits.
The hardship of not having three apartments can be mitigated by a larger two.
Yeah.
Because you can get more money for a bigger spot.
Bigger duplex.
You only need two parking spots. That's
I'm saying, I think it's self-imposed to go from a 5,800 square foot lot and you building something that would be required on a 7,500 square foot lot. That's a big ask.
That's also true.
Yeah, 5,800, 58 by 100, yeah. That's what I'm saying, but a triplex would require 7,500.
Yeah. As the conditions are right now, you know. I mean, yes, we want to be consistent because we did turn on that other project. It was
There's a similar ask in terms of, consumptions.
They're building, looking at building walls individually, just to. Parking. Concession.
Yeah.
So if we deny the variance for the triplex, do we need to address the others, or is that one been on held?
Well, we can kind of cover them all.
Sure.
So there's the conditional use permit. And the conditional use permit is sort of predicated on the density issue. So if your frowny face on the density issue, then that's just cause for failure of the variance.
The density issue is fun. Am I correct in understanding it is fundamentally about being amount of people per square foot of space?
Yeah. Or dwelling units.
Yeah.
And then, the parking kind of goes along with that. You could still, and then, the exterior elevation stuff doesn't matter if the triplex fails, but you still could approve the reduced yard. And they could still utilize that variance to allow the building to be closer to Wyeth than normal. And so that variance can then still be used for a single family dwelling or duplex. So at least then it's not necessarily a total loss. I'm not saying that you have to, but you could approve that and not the others, and there's still some value in this paper pushing effort.
I could see the value, but it seems like we don't know what they're gonna build, so
Yeah.
let's not give a variance until they give us something to plan and justify it. But I don't think the closest to Wyeth is a big deal with the super wide street. My house on 7th Street is 32 feet from my house to the paved street. It's a long ways out there. If it's built on one side of the right, just in the center. I get that. But still, it's not like the city's ever gonna build an 8-foot wide street there. Unlikely. So I don't think that part is a big, but except that I don't think it's appropriate for a particular some future building we don't even know about. We justify that. And it could be an easy justification with the topography again. Well. The record's closed, so you can't speak now. Of course.
I understand what you're saying, Dan, about not needing to do the one variance now until you come back with a plan. But I guess if we did approve that now, it just saves that part of it having to be addressed and discussed. Like, they still have to come back, wouldn't they?
I know, but who's to say you can't build something that doesn't require variance if it's a duplex? You wouldn't need to be pushed forward.
The parking, got garages on the ground level. Parking on the back.
I think the concern is the topography of the whole lot because
I
of.
understand that, but again, I guess I'm not sure if we're okay with it. Why we wouldn't go ahead and approve that part of it. If they don't do, if they build something that doesn't have to use that, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
I mean, it's just a,
Commissioner Hubbard built his units on a similar kind of hill slope and got parking behind. Very expensive, but
I mean, as I think I've indicated, I'm not. I don't look favorably on in particular, the parking variance. I think I agree with you about the self-imposed hardship with the lot size variance. I'd be more willing to see a variance for the setback. I feel as strongly about that, although I think I'm wanting to think a little bit more about why that variance needs to happen. I just don't feel like it's as hard a no for me.
Do you think though that if they had to come back and ask for that variance again, that
I don't
be
think,
more prominent, that we might get testimony from neighbors that say,
I feel like one way or another, we're probably gonna be seeing a variance application for this in the future. Because even if they have a duplex, does the duplex allow for what would be 4 spaces of off-street parking? 2. Okay, so that would be allowed and then they wouldn't have to deal with the variance.
it all seems self-imposed to me
Yeah.
because of the wanting to put a triplex instead of.
Yeah.
the corner lot, it has more setbacks, so.
I think it makes sense to say if we're going to be looking at a setback variance,
We need to know.
I'd like to know, yeah, why the variance needs to happen and what's gonna go there.
fine with that.
Yeah. I think that's a motion to deny the route.
So I think the motion is gonna need to be a denial of each variance, or if you're gonna go with one that kills it all, right?
Yeah, sounds like a denial across the board.
Yeah.
Five matters. That's what I'm hearing, the conditional use permit and the variances.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
So we want to come up with that motion.
4 variances, 1 conditional use permit.
I will move to deny all down the line. Each of the variances and the conditional use permit.
Yeah, we have the discussion as to base the. So,
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
And how do you vote? You ready to vote? Or you have something more to say?
So I have something more to say. Can I say?
Okay,
more?
good.
Yeah.
So on the conditional use permit. Is it just moot if we deny all the variances? I guess that's my question.
Well, yeah, the issue is. The conditional use permit needs the variances.
Okay,
Right.
then I'm ready to vote. Aye.
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 Sorry, Mr. Hatfield. So
Let's deny on denial.
sorry for your loss.
Move, a motion for signature.
Second that. Second.
Aye.
Aye.
I guess I'm signing to do. Okay. Sorry about that. But you come in with a plan that's a duplex and it'll probably not be a big deal.
Everything will be nice.
Yeah.
Great job.
For me, my favorite pharmacist there.
I think that's a cool.
We're gonna have to know a lot.
shrink it back, and then you're also gonna have to deal with the visual variance.
Because this meeting, stuff just kept being added to it.
Yes.
And so we let our interview people know, well, there's the time. And so Diana Wiener has withdrawn. So we just have one applicant who's here. So we want to give you the opportunity to do your interview now if you'd like. Or if you want to watch more. We can go to one more.
Decide to withdraw. Whether this is what you want to be doing.
Technically, it would be your turn. Yeah. Now, you could be like, well, we'll let the other public.
Still another hearing.
Can we take a bathroom break real quick?
Yes, you may. I'm in charge of that.
I got my hand.
But, so, why is it his time though? Because we still have another hearing.
It's because we told them when the times were gonna be, and then that's when we got the other application. And so it's kind of the order that it's the order. that
We would do his interview and then go back to.
And it just so happens that the time we put for the variance
Here's when we
has to
gotta
be
wrap it.
exactly the time that it is right now. It's just,
You have to open that up and.
we thought that that would be way later.
Oh, yeah, these interview times are
Or earlier.
before the variance. Oh, I get it.
But it sounds like our interview.
Okay, so we're just gonna.
But we can go right into it.
Well,
I'm sure Rick doesn't.
I'll break a few minutes.
No, you guys read it that long. I had to go. It's easy.
Yeah, that was a whole day.
Pre-warned.
As I was going through, I was like,
You wanted to do it anyway.
0 to 6.
He's an old guy.
And it's a hard loss because he had a triplex, you know.
Yeah. Planning commission wants to stay till after this hearing? Okay.
In there, yeah.
Get it quick. What's that?
Sustenance.
Well, sustenance.
Really did that defiantly.
What?
Put your chip in your mouth and you just.
Being a new planning commissioner because I'm retiring this year. No, they made sure they packed as much in as possible. That I had to. Before I could get out of here.
Really want you to earn your $30-40, whatever it is.
Yeah, this is my last paying gig. My last job.
Gig tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the rest of my life.
Tomorrow too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Sorry. For the reading.
Right. Time is now 8:35 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a variance. This subject property is identified on the county assessor's map as lot 9500 on map 4N1W3BB. The applicant is Rick Scholl. The owner is the same. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest or bias in this matter? None. City member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte communications or any site visits?
I have seen Rick's property once, a couple of years ago.
I have a question.
So it's different property.
Up on the hill?
Yeah, it's different.
Property.
Never mind.
You got it hidden or something?
If I own property on Sixth Street, is that a conflict or?
You just stated.
You guys keep. Can you not hear me? I own, I guess I just wanted to state that I own property on South Sixth Street, down the road from Rick's property. I don't know if that's a conflict or not, but I'm.
Right.
I don't care. No.
Conflict of interest is if you have a financial.
Oh.
Like, so there's no finance, and then if you have a bias, it'd be if you can't make a fair decision because you own property down the street.
Okay.
Anyone from the audience object to a committee, ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision since she owns property on Sixth Street? I'm just kidding on that. All right, generally the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, or voted by applicant, final questions, local record, deliberations, and decision. Following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.7975. Following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.108.50 criteria for granting a variance. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulation which the person believes applies to the decision. Ability to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Staff report.
Great, thank you. So our subject property is owned by Rick Scholl. It's general residential, so it's R5 zoning, same zoning as our previous hearing. There's two variances for tonight, both are setback related. So there's a variance for a front setback and a variance for a side setback. And where we are, so we're on Sixth Street. The two lots front Sixth Street, which is developed with a roadway, the curb, the sidewalks, and then Fifth Street has no development. It's just a completely undeveloped right of way that Dan and I have trekked through for a trail one day. Yeah. So this property was the subject of a lot line adjustment, which is the exhibit we're looking at today. So the old line used to run down north south down the middle here. It used to look like a standard lots on the north side and south side of it. And then the applicant did a lot line adjustment to create kind of irregular jog in the lot lines. So I don't know if you can see this a little bit turned, but this jog here. And this is page, I don't know, you could find it.
Can we turn that this way since it's basically only the applicant and
Where? For the commission, so I can just, the stuff.
I don't have training. Oh, you're doing great. Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Amazing.
Yes.
More, please. More, please.
Untrained.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the important thing to note on this is that that lot line adjustment created a flag lot. So the flag lot is the one in yellow. You've got your pole portion of the lot here, and then, you know, the flag part in the back here. And just remember that orientation, because as we go through this, you'll be seeing that on all the exhibits. So the flag lot is about 85,000 or 8,500 square feet. And then the other lot is about 6,000 square feet. The other notable thing about this property is it's incredibly steep. So there's a topo that the applicant had done. So I kind of drew this line in here. This is that lot line adjustment we talked about, the adjusted line here. Here's the flag lot again. And those faded lines are topo. So you can see where it's incredibly steep, kind of in this general area. The slopes are greater than 25% in that area. So it's got topography challenges to develop, and that's partially mainly why we're here tonight. And then we'll talk about a couple other reasons we're here. So moving into the request. So here's the site plan that the applicant prepared. Notably, north is down, which confused me for a long time when I was looking at that. So the flag lot is this property here. So this is the pole portion, just to orient you, and then here's the flag portion. Yeah, I think it's a little confusing to orient yourself. So 6th Street is over here on this site plan. So the request, like I mentioned, is for 2 variances. So one is they're requesting a 5-foot side yard along this lot. And now you might say, well, wait a minute, it's R5, the side setback is 5 feet. You're correct, except it's a flag lot. So flag lots have special rules in the R5 zoning district that create 10-foot setbacks. So it's a little bit abnormal that we would have a 10-foot setback on a side in the side yard. In fact, none of our residential zoning districts have 10-foot side setback. Are 10 the highest or lowest density resident? So on the outskirts of town, you have 10-foot side setback. We don't often deal with those properties or. So anyways, 5-foot side setback, that's the main request. For one of the variances, the other request, front setback along 6th Street. So where the developed road is, the applicant's requesting a 2-foot reduction there. So normally it's a 20-foot setback. The applicant's requesting 18. So with all variances, we look at our criteria. So the first criteria is that the variance is not detrimental to other properties in the same zoning district or vicinity. There are no other flag lots in this vicinity. They're all standard lots. And so they all have 5-foot side yards already. And so I feel like there's not a whole lot of visual difference that would be impacted just by the 5-foot side yard. So that was just a comment I made about that. And like all of our rights of way in St. Helens, there's an extra wide 80-foot wide right of way along 6th Street. So I feel like visually, you're not going to notice a 2-foot reduction in setback because there's so much undeveloped right of way between the property line and the actual roadway. So as far as visually detrimental to other properties. Criteria B, special and unique circumstances, the topography, the special and unique circumstance. And in fact, in that criteria, it talks about topography explicitly in the criteria. So peculiar to the lot, paper size, topography, or other circumstances which the applicant has no control. The topo is why we're here. Criteria C, applicants, this isn't a use variance. We know that, finding about that. And then we have to make a finding that the applicable standards are maintained to the greatest extent it's reasonably possible. So the front setback, that's a 20% reduction. Relatively small in the scheme of reductions in setbacks, staff feels. And then the other comment I made, the typical side setback for detached single-family dwellings is 5 feet in the R5 zoning district. This just happens to be a flag lot, and so, I don't think that that's unreasonable to request. Existing physical and natural systems will not be adversely affected, criterion D. It's common for your front setback to be used for parking. But our standard parking size is 18 feet in length. So there's a condition in there that the applicant still has to meet the minimum off-street parking requirement, which can be met with the reduced front yard setback. So, there's not going to be an adverse impact to neighbors with cars. There's plenty of room for parking. And that's a condition of approval if you recommend approval tonight. The applicant also noted that there's some trees that are along that steep slope that the applicant's trying to avoid. So the steep slope here, that's why he's pushing the single family dwelling here. So again, if you didn't see that, the cursor's here, this is where the steep slope is. So he's pushing his building here, pushing his building here. There's some trees in there that the applicant is saying, there might be less impact to those trees if he's able to shift those buildings further. So that's another natural system related finding you can make. Variance is not self-imposed and it's the minimum necessary to alleviate the hardship. You all have to find that in order to approve this variance. My recommended conditions of approval, if the commission's leaning towards approval, just the off-street parking requirements have to be met. And then the other conditions are just boilerplate timeframe for establishing it. I did forget to say the applicant included plans for their single family dwelling. That's the last page in the staff report. We got to do that. They're both under 1,400 square feet. So not mansions or anything. Any questions?
On the full part of the flag lot, that's tandem parking in that?
That's 20 feet wide.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah, so.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of what the intended purpose of having the greater setback requirement for flag lots is?
That's a good question. I wasn't there when they created that.
I just wasn't sure if that was like a common practice or if that's just a.
Flag lots are treated differently in the zoning code in general. They're only allowed in, they aren't allowed in R7, R10. They're only allowed in R5 AR. So I don't know if it's just a visual appearance that, yeah, they're just different.
Fair enough. Just trying to get a sense of whether there was an actual policy that we needed to worry about being frustrated.
Sure.
But there's actually no building on Fifth Street to the south north of it, right?
Street. There's no Fifth Street to the north of
There's
it.
a Fifth Street lot though, right?
No, the access will all be from Sixth Street.
I know the access, but the actual lot
Right across from the
is
field.
is a Fifth Street lot. Is that correct? The back one, the flag lot?
The flag lot fronts Fifth Street, yes.
Yeah.
It has a double frontage,
Right.
right? Because it's got 20 feet on Sixth and then, yeah. Pull up the other.
So looking at the photo, it didn't look like there was any house anywhere close. There's no house on facing Fifth Street, only on facing Sixth Street. Is that correct? Or Columbia Boulevard?
You're asking
The next house to the north. I'm just saying that the 10-foot setback is not going to cause a hardship to somebody
up
in
here.
the north because there's
Nothing developed.
nobody there.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the immediate adjacency, there's less.
And difficult to develop. Because it's on unbuilt street.
Any other questions? Applicant?
Yeah. Good job, Jenny. Yeah, it's got one job.
Thank you, guys. So, yeah, I was looking at even, the reason I went to flag lot and it is, pretty descriptive in code. But, if I was to do a variance through that lot, it would have required a 20-foot apparatus, pushing that building back further. So with topography, it just wouldn't work. So, went through the, lot line adjustment and created a flag lot and, the houses that I have selected are, like you said, 1,387 square foot, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. It's about affordability. You know, they were actually, that particular unit was on sale. And, so, I mean, yeah. And I'm asking for the
Is the fire department okay with flag lot like that? Get back there.
So they would have been notified in the lot line adjustment process. If they had any comments, they would have had their opportunity.
99 feet back from the road.
80 foot.
Yeah, so the rule is if it's larger than, I think it's 150 feet in
Yeah,
length,
that's what I was thinking.
then a turnaround is needed. And so you're at 100 to the middle,
That'd have to be, piped
a turnaround like
or sprinklers.
or sprinklers, yeah, some other means.
And the city right of way there is back from the asphalt. It's probably like your house. It's about 32 feet to the property line itself. And then I'll have the 18-foot requirement. One space, and then the other space is actually gonna go up to the front door. Side door, the one up front, the 18-foot setback, so.
So there's no houses along there and then your house looks forward of all the rest of the houses. There's nothing else there.
There's nothing on that side of the street.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah,
And those lots are developed,
no, none of them are developed.
on Fifth Street side.
No,
Six
there's
feet.
actually,
6 feet.
yeah, buddy neighbor Williamson, has 2 vacant lots next to me and then, Wilson has the big corner lot on Columbia Boulevard, which goes all the way to Fifth Street.
Little steep beyond you to the south.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, you've walked it. So. Here's anything else, you guys?
There is a trail that goes,
Not yet.
there isn't there?
A deer trail.
Yeah.
Well, I think I have gone through there with Gary.
I'll take you some time.
Okay.
It's a truck up over the hill to Mickey's property.
Yeah,
I think he owns back quite a little ways on that.
yeah, there's a windy road. to get back.
We have a plan for a trail there. Yes, please. Anybody have any questions, of the applicant? Right. Thank you. Anybody would like to have time for a testimony in support of the application? Neutral testimony or opposition? Well, come on up. Okay, no rebuttal then. Does the commission have any final questions of staff or the applicant? No further questions from the commission, no further responses from staff. The public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral decision.
I mean, to me, the variances are minimal.
Yeah.
In this request, at least, I believe. I don't see any.
I thought they were very reasonable.
And I think there's with lack of any real your policy reason for having the additional requirements for a flag lot, I don't really see what the variance would be interfering with. So, yeah, good with me.
And being familiar with the area, I can see why
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
buildable area is. I mean, it's a rock cliff on the other side, so.
Well, I've seen the flag lots on 8th Street. Or 8th Street, I believe. You see a driveway going down, you want to see the house, I guess, so it's set over a little bit. It disappears a little more.
Yeah.
You had a a decision on one of those houses, ones where they wanted to widen it or do a ditch back there or something, an 8th Street, North.
It was a right of way vacation.
Yeah.
Request, I believe.
And I think South Third too, where there's another cliff face, there's a sidewalk back there.
Okay, everybody, want to make a motion to accept? Yes. Okay. Vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. The final written testimony of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments, and the appeal deadline will be included. Signature. Signature.
So move. Second.
I vote.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, concert. All right, thank you. Well. Come on up, applicant.
Yeah, for a second.
Oh. Okay.
Because this has been done in private meetings before, nobody knows really what. In the past, we had selected a committee asked questions of the applicants. And through the last found out that not allowed, can't do that, so we have to do this within the public now, ask questions.
The first time.
Yeah, for the first time, so it might be a little awkward, but
You're the first live interview.
There you go. Actually, I had a live interview when I came.
Oh,
Like I said, I mean, we closed the interview process because we thought we had more
we
applicants.
thought we had 3 applicants.
So that's, I don't know if anybody has issues with that. I just wanted to flag.
Well, so let me talk about where we're at here. So this is for Dan's position. Dan's is riding off into the sunset. This is his formal last meeting, other than tomorrow's joint meeting. And we had 3 people in the pool. And then one dropped out right before we had the agenda prepared, and then the other one dropped out today. Another thing that happened is on Friday, Commissioner Carlson resigned.
Oh, okay.
And so I already talked to the city recorder, and a new advertisement will go out soon. Now, as far as, so our commissioner protocol talks about having the advertisement and then the determination of an adequate pool of applicants. This is something we discussed with the counselor. And that's, so we did receive some applications after that, but as a way of being orderly. You know, the line was drawn in the sand at this point, and that was the people on here, even though we may have received applications after that. And so it's maintaining that order, which, given the ethics class that we had, I think is important. But so we did have 2 people throw their hats in the ring. They would be included in the pool, including anybody who also throws their hat in the ring in the next advertising period. So we'll probably be doing this again soon. So that's, anyways, just wanted to get that premise so you understood where we were at. So fun stuff.
So before we, the public interview, you were gonna be on the committee, and what kind of questions were you gonna ask, or what do you want to do?
I looked back at questions I'd asked in the past, so I prepared those. You know, that they've given us a sheet on potential questions to ask.
Yeah, this is a sheet.
I'd like to recuse myself since I am the chair of the Parks and Trails Commission and Reed is on. I just don't want to give a sense of nothing against Reed or anything. Just it could be, somebody could think, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You reach out,
Asking based on the list.
And if I don't know if maybe if I can start,
I was gonna say that might be the best way to start. Yeah.
Who are you anyway?
My name is Reed Herman. I am new to Columbia County. I've been here for a year now. I did grow up in the Beaverton area. Worked for the Twalton Hills Park District, and then I've been with Les Schwab since '98. And Les Schwab is a very demanding job, and so I want to make sure that I am on the right page with you guys and not waste anyone's time. But I now live here and I plan to retire here, and I'm building a property in Columbia City, so I'm gonna be long-term here. But just to make sure I'm not getting over my head, my job with Les Schwab does have to come first. And I am very interested in the development of Columbia City, St. Helens. There's just so much potential here. I want to make sure that I can do whatever I can to try and make it as best as possible. So I guess my question to you, with me potentially some days working 6-day weeks, and sometimes I don't get out of work at 7 at night. I don't know if that's gonna be conflictive where I can't even fulfill the duty here, so.
We have changed the time to 6:30.
Okay.
For next year. We used to meet at 7.
Okay.
It ran really late, so I thought, well, hey, we push it back to 6, maybe we'll link late, but then it ran late anyway, so we can at least to 6:30.
Yep.
Oh, when I was being interviewed, I worked in Salem, and question was whether I could get here or not.
Yeah.
I always made it, but I left early.
And I don't know how often you do meet. I mean, I know what we do with the parks side. I'm not sure if this is more demanding, more often, how often you guys meet, so. Maybe
Once a month, the
Okay.
second Tuesday of the month, and then we have joint meetings quarterly with the planning commission.
Okay.
Now we'll have to do any research first, since we can't have subcommittees for any proactive items, we're gonna have to do that individually and then bring those findings and data back to the commission, right? For all of us to publish. So that takes some time too.
So those
So
are,
in terms of blocked out time commitments, it would be that 6:30 slot.
6:30 once a month is not a
Second
problem.
Tuesday.
Yeah. I didn't know if it's gonna be like 3 days a week or something crazy. No.
There is a lot of reading.
Yeah.
you know exactly the date, so. Like I just work around that. I'd work extra hours of the days and I'd get the time, I could get here on time. But I can do that. Can't do it, you can. Have excused absences. We like to see people be committed, and I have a ton of those.
Right, absolutely.
Because sometimes it's hard to reach a forum if there's a lot of people out.
Yeah.
We need at least 4.
Yeah, I don't see a challenge with
You mentioned you're on, which other board are you on? Parks?
parks, yeah.
You plan on staying on that board? You're
I-
asking us for you to do both.
I was gonna actually, if I got on here, then retire parks, yeah.
If you're, 2 of you are on parks, we could still be here. I read that.
Yeah, if it's in the
Commission.
public interest. To have someone on a couple of committees, and there's, several examples. Mr. Jacobson. And I know there's isn't there someone on Parks and Library? Yeah. So there's some examples.
City council, joint council is on 4 o'clock. So that really cuts into your workday.
Yeah, 4 o'clock would be a challenge at times, yeah.
5.
Yeah,
That
one's tough.
They're rough.
That gets me because I always forget them until they're happening. And then I'm still at work. So,
That's not, we don't need a forum for that. That's just a general discussion between the group.
Yeah.
So not as essential.
Yeah.
they're valuable to attend. I mean, when I do miss them, I'm bummed.
I've noticed in the last year, we haven't had a full planning commission at those meetings, but better if we did.
Which we were the ones to push for the meeting, so it'd be nice if we had a full board there.
Yeah.
So just from tonight alone, if nothing else, you've gotten a glimpse at what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I suppose my question would be, what interests you in getting involved with this aspect of city planning? I know you're already involved. Clearly, you've got an interest in the city and where we're going as a community in the future, but what is it about this part in particular?
Well, I think the biggest thing is I see a lot of potential in St. Helens. You know, we had a place that we rented for a little bit in Scappoose. You know, building the house out in Columbia City. I just see a waterfront area that is gonna be thriving in the next 5 years, 10 years, has a ton of potential and I do see things out in the community that really hinder that, that I would like to be able to be part of to try and transition and steer things in the right direction. You know, I've lived in some very nice places and I just see a lot of potential here and growth, and I think it just needs that little push. But, you know, and don't get me wrong, also, you know, having a lot of country out on this side and kind of a slower pace community also is essential also. I don't want this to turn into a crazy Portland where it has all the chaos too. So there's a balance, so.
What she actually mentioned there was the proactive items. We opted to take on things outside of planning commission, the optional only, the requirement. And was that just a year ago?
Or we actually resolved that as a planning commission.
Years ago. So the meeting is a small committee off campus and at this point, we can't do that. So if you want to be part of that, there's that opportunity. If you don't have the bandwidth, you don't have to. So just want to let you know.
Yeah.
One thing that we do have to do is as a planning commissioner, you also serve on the historic landmarks commission. And it's required that you have demonstrated positive interest, knowledge, or competence in historic preservation. Do you have any, want to expand on that? Do you have any interest in historic preservation? You know what historic preservation is?
Absolutely, yeah, it's something I fully support. Yeah.
We make different decisions, especially down in this core area that people know I'm very passionate about. And, so it's important, but it is part of our resolution that actually have an active interest in demonstrating.
I don't want to use everyone's time, but I'm curious, you mentioned having some areas that you think that the city could improve on or focus on to move us forward. I'm just curious what you've got in mind.
Well, obviously, I mean, we have a lot that's going on and coming about. I think also is bringing, you know, like you look at some of the stores and the shops around here and there's just so much room for nicer things to come in and just even more with the growth of that. But I do like that small town feel. I used to live up in Winlock, Washington, and the downtown's kind of a very similar feel, Centralia, Chehalis. So it's not necessarily like, you know, trying to undo what it has, but I think that there's room for growth on like the shops. You know, just little things, and this might be off topic, but you've got that rooftop bar that would be a fantastic thing, and it's closed, and it just baffles me on.
It's reopening.
Is it reopening? Okay, some of the stuff baffles me on, you know, why is it just not thriving and going, so.
That is actually one of the
the
proactive items we have is try to figure out within our scope, what we can do to sort of energize the use of buildings and businesses. And we do have a fair amount of, I think the term is underutilized properties here in the downtown area and elsewhere.
And coming from Les Schwab, I mean, I've run many stores for the company. I was put in motion to train 20-something stores with the company. I've traveled a lot for the company. So as far as, and my father used to work for DECA and he was in charge of marketing sales with Freightliner. So on a business standpoint, I do have some background on that. But as far as, you know, some of the stuff you guys get into that I've seen tonight and with me building a home for the first time, you know, a lot of the property stuff would be kind of new to me on understanding the rules and the terms and the laws. So.
Well, the good news as far as that goes is you will get a giant binder with a lot of information, but also you know, the team of professionals here are very good at walking us through.
Yeah.
Sort of what the rules are and why they exist, and then we figure out how to apply them.
Sure, yeah.
That's the key. We're not making emotional decisions. We're making decisions based on the rules that we have to work with.
Right. Yeah.
And make up new rules.
Right.
The variances have some, we have to think about them. They're unique and consider all the different things that you saw that tonight.
My only other question is, as Commissioner Herman, what would you like your legacy to be? You know, you're gone. What would you like people to look back and go, Commissioner Herman, he did this for our community?
Boy, that's definitely an interesting question, but, you know, I'm a single father and my son, I promised my son, this is probably something that'll go along that line. I promised my son, we moved around so much for work that I promise you, you will have 10th, 11th and 12th grade at one school and you will have permanent friends with a permanent town that you grew up in. And if my legacy leaves, I would love for my son and his friends to know some of the things that we developed here and is here in motion because we cared and did so. So, you know, they talk about when someone passes away, that they truly don't pass away until someone stops talking their name. So if I contributed something to Columbia County or St. Helens and my name is brought up because of so, that would be honorable in my eyes, so.
Or you stick around for 15 years and they can't forget you because you're sneak on everything.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll have a variety of professionals here. Well, it'd be great to have another wetlands person, but I'm going away. So anyway, there's attorneys and real estate folks and parks people and
Archaeologists.
archaeologists, that's right. And utilities.
Freightliner people.
Freightliner people.
Freightliner people.
Okay.
Down the line.
Yeah.
So, and somebody new, so whoever that'll be. So it'd be nice to have a different voice, a different view to complement and make sure we all the different kinds of people that are affected by our decisions in mind. Do you see yourself as unique and
do I see myself as being unique?
I mean, I know everybody's unique.
Yes, I absolutely do, but yeah.
But I mean, what I mean is, what do you have to offer this group that's unique? You know, we don't have in this complement, folks.
Well, hard to say because I don't know everyone. I don't know.
That's a rough question.
I know.
Background. But I know like, you know, playing sports and everything, I grew up, you know, left-handed and so it's a right-handed world and I think clearly outside of the box. So a lot of times just random thing at work, someone's trying to work on a suspension of a vehicle and they just can't figure it out. And I'm like, why don't you just do it like this? And they're like, what? How did you even think about that? Like, well, I have to undo everything you do in order to just make life normal to me. So I feel that a lot of stuff is kind of unorthodox or out of the box or very unique that just not going to work.
That's useful.
Yeah.
We need creative solutions sometimes for some complex questions.
And I've lived in areas that I love and worked, and I lived in areas that did not work. So I have a lot of experience from having to move around with the company and having to travel with the company. I feel that I have a pretty good view of the way things work, that everyone can be happy versus some stuff that's implemented and it just tanks pretty quick and takes everyone with it. So.
And I think that's really important. Tonight was not a great example of us debating things back and forth. I think most of the issues we were in agreement, but when we do have those discussions, one of the things that I've found to be really useful is the different perspectives and experience that everyone brings to bear.
Yeah.
And to be able to accept that people do have differences. What were you with conflict and bias? How are you with conflict and bias? How do you feel about it?
I always try and find a solution for everything. I'm a fixer, always have been. And my passion is building cars and from the ground up where people are like, you should sell that, it's a piece of junk. And I'm like, I can fix it. I can do it. So I've always been a fixer.
I think you have to have a big picture mind too, like the variances.
Yes.
You're hung up on this particular thing and how is it fit the rest of the world? Sometimes those decisions that are fuzzy, that we don't have good rules for, you have to have that big picture.
And I've said that a lot at work, you know, when you look outside, it doesn't just stop at the front door of your business. It's, you got to look at the big picture and invite everything in too. So. I agree.
You have any questions of us?
One question I do have, so what I kind of felt that I was applying for, and I don't know exactly the, everything that goes along with it, but kind of more of a fly on the wall, learning and incorporating and getting, up to speed. So I don't know what position that is actually.
Chair.
You're replacing me.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know if I. That level, so I was more, you know, hoping to be able to get my bearings and. You know, learn by fire, but boy, to try and lead anything, I'm.
You can use, but you'll still be expected to vote, so. It was for 2 years, they were asking me if I wanted to be vice chair or whatever. I said, no, I'm not ready yet. I'm still watching. But we're willing to let you.
And we go by the adage that, you know, there is no stupid question.
No.
And it's, you know, we open for discussion. And again, a lot of times we do agree, but when there are differences, you know, I don't think any of us are shy about sharing that and, you know, putting it out there.
Yeah.
But civilly.
That's the way I have to, yeah.
That's why I said smart aleck.
Really, when we make a decision, you know, we're done. Beating people up about the decision afterwards doesn't make any sense, doesn't help anything.
Yeah.
First moved on. City council may have to decide something or something. We're done with it. That's kind of a good thing.
I agree. Yeah, don't take it home with you and.
Yeah.
Leave it at the door.
I will say we're fairly public facing, and so decisions sometimes that are made can cause you a community that you can't make everybody.
I can see that. Yeah.
So, my question for you, I mean, outside conflict, outside of the.
I mean. How do I deal with if I'm. Pulled into a conflict outside of the job?
I get asked
Type of a thing.
questions or confronted about decisions that are made here all the time.
Well, I don't,
Planning commission.
I don't think what we discuss here is allowed to be publicly. Okay.
And for those complaints about, you know, they come at me as far as what their perception of the project downtown is and that kind of thing. And so I guess my question is, how do you deal with conflict from other people? Not within a group you're working with.
Yeah, well, I mean, typically you know, you have one mouth and 2 ears for a reason, so I'll try to listen to what they have to say and get their side of it. There's two sides to everything. And then probably, you know, agree, maybe disagree and invite them to come sit in and sit in front and. Testimony to everyone.
Good answer.
I think that's a good way to do it. I usually tell people is,
Turniness is showing.
Out there's one.
yeah, you can bring your concerns to the commission.
Yeah.
All of our proceedings are online. You can go watch the video. You can hear what myself and the other counselors had to say, and you may not agree with it, but that's why it's a public hearing. So you can come and tell us that you disagree and tell us you want us to do something different. We might not do what you want, but we'll listen.
And it reminds me of a situation where, you know, when my son was younger, I chose to coach his flag football and I was the only coach. So I was having to make all the decisions, do all the decisions. And I had a lot of the parents come up to me and give me all sorts of feedback. I go, you know what? I think that's awesome idea. How about you come help me teach next week and we'll coach together? And they would not show up. So.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so it'd be the same kind of thing here. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great idea. Show up next week. We'll talk about it. You can talk to everyone and if they're serious, they'll be here.
So one thing, we told you when the meeting starts, we haven't told you when it ends. Rarely it goes till 8:30.
Yeah.
Most of the time, 9:30 can be 12:30, maybe even had 1 o'clock in the morning before.
That's rare.
Not ideal, we'll do rare. Yeah. But it could go to 10.
Less now than what it was a year ago.
I think that's because of that hour we moved it, so we're.
So,
I
Anyway,
can see as the town grows, it could go longer and longer.
they sort of should be surprised, like, did I sign up for this?
So so a lot of times the meetings will go from 6:30 to on average, let's say.
It's been 6, but so you have to push it back another half an hour.
9:30.
I'd say they usually.
The last few months have been 9:30.
Yeah.
3 to 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah.
12 and 1, that's long.
I don't think I've experienced.
I
what
have
you
not.
I have.
have you.
I have.
Yeah.
Well, I was leaving.
Yeah.
And it's even later if you're on the East Coast attending Berkeley.
I have zoomed in from somewhere. I
I have from
was
Florida, I have from, yeah.
I was rocking East Coast time.
I think that just denotes a dedication and a love of our town and the people in it, and I think that's why you see that kind of dedication from them here.
We wouldn't keep doing it if we didn't like to do it, so. It's not always fun. It's, a lot of some boring stuff. But people need the answers, so we're here for them. Okay. Cool. Did you have any other questions that?
No, I wanted some clarification from staff. On page 202 on the. Guess it's the minutes. That's the resolution, I think.
Number 10?
Number 10. I read that so many times and at first I thought it meant people outside the city. Because when I first was on the board, I lived in Columbia City. I just moved to St. Helens recently, Columbia City, so.
And Sheila Semling lived in the urban growth boundary. Bill Amos lived in Columbia City for a while. So we've had examples of people who.
Where it gets me is, what I'm reading is consideration should be given to residents outside the city when the board, committee, or commission or function serves residents outside city boundaries.
That's easy because our planning area is the urban growth boundary. So for the planning commission, that's cake.
Okay.
Yeah. So you just need to be.
Read these before.
You need to be aware of it because you live in Columbia City. Based on the history though, I don't see it as a red flag.
Does it work?
Thank you.
Yeah, businesses, St. Helens.
You've got ties to the community.
100%.
All right. So can someone live in Scappoose and the other bank?
Yeah, who's person?
Could somebody?
Oh, could someone? I don't know. We'll tackle that when the time
Yeah,
comes.
okay.
It's getting late, Dan.
Yeah. I spent how far and wide that is.
We have an opportunity to revisit these, like, the
Shut
word committee probably doesn't apply any longer. In number 6 and number 8, where it says committee, it probably no longer applies, we can't form a committee.
Oh, it's a long.
Yeah, this is 2013.
So what is since we haven't done a public interview before, what is our next step?
So the next step is, are you cool with Reed?
I motion that I am cool with Reed. Is that how we do this?
So
We did it before, the committee interviewed him and then they brought the recommendation to us and then we all go, yeah.
so you have the motion
A motion
and
necessary.
then.
That goes to city.
Yeah, and then the take that motion, of course, we let the city recorder know, so then it's on the agenda.
Well, I have one other question. I don't know that it's right or wrong, but taking another person from another committee, leaving another vacancy, how many vacancies does that create on that commission?
Will be 2 now.
Yes. How many commissioners?
9.
9.
We haven't been at really full strength except for the last maybe handful of months.
That's quite a few commissioners. So
I have a question. Do we need to wait to make any sort of decision until after we publish again, or how does this work?
Well, when we publish again, that's gonna be for the next vacancy that just came about Friday. Okay. Yeah, that one was, that was just on Friday. when we received that, the resignation, so.
But for section 8 of resolution 1648, we can also move to reject all applications and re-advertise them for a bigger pool.
You've done it before. An interview on.
And my feeling would be, we advertised this opening for quite some time. We had applicants, some of them withdrew themselves from the pool. I feel like the community had a chance to apply for the position if they wanted it. So I don't think it makes sense to hold the position up simply because we haven't gotten 20 people applying or whatever the
Yeah,
arbitrary.
no, we
number
never,
would be.
I mean, but oftentimes we've had more than one. In the
Right,
last few
right,
cycles,
right,
we've had more than one, and so.
Yeah, we thought we were
It gets,
gonna have.
I think that you're interviewed fantastic, but I also think that you have an incredibly demanding job, and it concerns me that your job has to come first, and we have an obligation to the community when they come with an application that we can form a board. We struggled with putting in seats. So that would be my concern, is that your job is must be very, very demanding. And
If it's once a month, is that something you can always?
Once a month's not a big deal at all. Where it comes into, so like a situation right now, I just promoted my assistant manager and next week my admin's gonna be on vacation. And so I've been putting in 6-day weeks. And so I've got my to be learning how to be assistant manager, helping me fulfill these duties, but it's a lot. So like if I, and it's a rare deal, it's every 2 or 3 years that I have one of these holes missing in my store, but not having an assistant and having a new person trying to learn how to be assistant and then having my admins kind of my third person gone. That's when a situation like this would arise where like, hey, Reed, you need to be here, and be like, man, I am drowning at work. But it's rare and few and far between. Normally I have an amazing assistant, a wonderful assistant to be, and then my admins in store, and I'm good to go. So.
Well, 4 weeks to get it together. Then you'll-
Yeah, well, I on the 18th, I've got it handled. My new assistant will be here from California, and I'll get him all lined up, and then I'm good. So it's a challenging couple weeks right now.
so the one thing for me that I need you to understand is, and I think this has happened over the course of several years, is the volunteer pool seems to get smaller and smaller, and so the commission has kind of been watered down. It's like, no. It's only an hour a month, you'll be fine, and I don't want you to take the job based on, oh, no, it's only gonna be an hour a month. I'd rather you take it on like, okay, I'm gonna have 5 hours of reading if it's a heavy agenda. I'm gonna have, and I'm gonna have time for all that. So you need to be comfortable with that, not the, no, it's only an hour a month.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound like it's 1 hour a month. It's.
It is not 1 hour.
More than that, but the reading part, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention too. So yeah, that's.
And with the reading, I think it is helpful to know that we usually get the packet, a week ahead of time. So you've got, you could
Got some time.
figure that out on your own time when you want to read it. But that it is that 3 to 4 hour chunk, got to be there for, on the second Tuesday. Plus, however much time it takes to investigate activating empty businesses and whatever else. Yeah.
Can we conclude or combine or we're going to try to say accordion the process and not have to have the committee come and talk to us? We're here already. We've already been interviewed. What can we just decide if this applicant is okay right now?
I think that's fine.
I move that we make the recommendation for appointment.
I will second that.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. You Punch me up.
I'm recused. Yeah, he recused.
You are.
Right.
I forgot about that.
I can't vote, but I'd say I could.
I'm gonna be a nay. And it's strictly because of your schedule.
Sure.
It's 3 persons.
And if you guys want to reopen the pool and see if there's a better contender out there, I support it too.
You already voted, Jen?
I appreciate that, but it's too late.
I'm not afraid. I know I'm a catch. So I think I'm okay, but you know.
Say that now.
Yeah.
Get them locked in before we run.
Is there something as a chair of this Parks and Trails Commission you want to tell me?
Are you the chair? Are you giving your notice to the chair?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Check my little. Be talking with you.
I know how that's gonna go.
Not, oh, yeah, Reed, so it goes to the city council, and that's just a recommendation. City council will have to approve
Yeah,
it.
it's not final. Yeah.
Right.
Let me know.
Best behavior.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. We got through that and historic, update the historic resource review at Pan Street, Clock Tower.
Great, thanks. Yeah, this was an added item. You should all have,
We need more stuff.
you know. Packet of information that's.
I just take a second and it's not recorded, but I want to say that I was approached by county commissioners. Commissioner Garrett and very brief conversations, simply said you gotta bring it to the commission. And I said that we had made, staff had allowed when Holcomb from the Klondike had made small changes, he was allowed to come back like this, so maybe we let you come back and.
Great, yeah, thanks. And this, you know, you'll notice this is a discussion item. It's not a full public hearing. So, you know, just so
I'm not
everyone.
required to do that, I just feel more comfortable doing it.
So the background on this is about a year ago, you should all remember, we approved historic resource review that did work on the clock tower. And at that time, we approved with conditions that allowed some flexibility on the material of the restoration work. And so now I was approached by County Commissioner Garrett with more detail about a material choice. And the original condition said, you know, we can be flexible on material if you're matching the design. And this material choice, which we'll talk about, there's some slight variation in the design. And so we can look at what the original was and the alternative material differences are. And it was enough that I wanted to bring it back to you to just kind of get a head nod and make sure that you were comfortable with the differences between the original and design and the proposed. So, and that's why this was an amended agenda. I was approved after the packet deadline was done, so I didn't have time to write up a memo or anything. All you saw was just very basic drawing, handwritten stuff. So I'll walk through that now. So this was the original design. And this wasn't exactly what you approved at the hearing because as you know, there's a concept design that you approve, then it gets to building permitting stages, everything gets more and more detail. So this was the actual shop drawing that they were gonna build with wood everything, wood railings, wood columns, everything was as close to the original design as possible. So if you look really closely at this, kind of keep kind of this shape as you go to the next pages from now. So the main changes proposed, keep your eye on that, is the material choice in this top railing here, where you can see my cursor, this bottom railing, and then all of the pickets are slightly different. And the reason is that when you make things out of metal, which is the proposed alternative material, they can't quite get it to resemble wood exactly. And then the other changes are to the columns themselves. So we'll go to the next page, and they're obviously here to answer questions. So there's the original, there's the actual shape here. Two. Then the proposed. So when I look at that, the shape is slightly different. But not huge. Not a huge difference here. And the reason that there's a slight difference is that they're purchasing I had to look this up. High density polyurethane baluster from a prefabricated manufacturer. And then having Pacific Stainless fabricate top railing and the bottom railing to fit that prefabricated baluster in. They only make them in certain shapes. And of course, our courthouse did not have that shape, it had a different shape. And so Commissioner Garrett is asking for approval on, so they're trying to move forward on that. This other drawing here shows the metal top railing, bottom railing, and full railing here, the shape that Pacific Stainless shop drawings. I asked about color. He said that this would be all powder coated white finish to match what was original.
Not leaving, just getting cold.
That's all I have to talk about. This isn't a fully public hearing because the approval allowed for that material flexibility. Or just, you know, this is one of the most historic landmarks we have in the community, and I know there's a lot of tension on this project, and so I want to make sure we as staff are not criticized in the future. Pretty much.
That'll still happen.
To the extent we can avoid that.
Yeah, so like if I miss a detail, I want you guys to see that detail and say, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. You know,
And so looking at these side by side. Looks like it's. Sort of the ring design at the very top, and then the original was a little more. Layered at no, the new one is a little more. Layered at the bottom.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think, yep, you're seeing it right.
Yeah, they are very close. I will grant that.
I'm sure. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I had identified the differences correctly, but those seem to be the two.
I mean, it's accepted because of, you know, you can use different materials as long as it's this. It was saying the design was.
Yeah, and the wording of the condition. I was prepared to talk about that. It listed 3 things: texture, color, and design. So those 3 things had to be met if they used a different material other than.
And we wanted it to look like wood.
Yeah, exactly. And this is this is the photo I think they based that original shop drawing on. But I'm pulling up the original condition.
Wondering why they can't form the curved part curved. Instead of back. Bend pipes. What kind of pipe? No.
You talking about this right here?
The cross section,
Look at the top rail.
top rail. Go down right there, that circle,
They're still maintaining that top rail going up, aren't they?
circle. Yeah. Your little circle inset. It's faceted.
Where it looks kind of spider webby.
Yeah, yeah. For the original, if you look at it, it's just smooth.
Yes. Yes. And if you want to ask why Pacific Stainless can't do that, and we have someone here who can maybe answer that.
I mean, they gotta do 8 of them.
I just wonder with using metal, how close it'll match.
I've done some research and before this came back to us and it can be common to fabricate it in metal because especially on cornices and things that are way up there, because it becomes so let's say they do this in all wood and then 5 years, I mean, I already have to repaint the front of my building. I just restored it in 2019, so.
Yeah, I know the weathering.
For me, it's like shadow lines and what's gonna look the same as the if you're losing those shadow lines of what's there.
It is, you know, viewed at a distance too, so there is that.
Problem with the faceted kind of look personally, but it doesn't match.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't want you to, I wouldn't want to see the facets. That's a great
No.
point. So. And maybe we can do a combination of. We can take the balusters or whatever they're called, pickets. Accept those out of the proposed new material, but we want.
It's
We have contrasting elements that might, you know, affect.
Stick out farther, you
It's,
mean?
you know, they'll deteriorate quicker.
It looks more faceted because we're looking at the lines shown.
Oh, I see.
Here,
Are we gonna see the facets?
well, we're just discussing here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soffits?
No, the
No,
The handrail, the handrail.
that's in that circle, the handrail, the way it looks like little segments of.
Yeah, so the circle makes it look,
Yeah.
yeah.
So these are weld lines.
Yeah, I
They
get that.
literally,
Disappear.
yeah, and they're all rounded. You're seeing lots of lines here. Because if you go back to the larger view, the section. They're showing you this line. They're showing you a bunch of lines that aren't there. So if you go out of this, see all these lines, there's lots of lines. You come out of this to here. Now my compatibilities aren't that great. I try to soften that up because you don't see those lines.
Okay, I think
That's
that
just
was, yeah.
representing a bend line.
And I think they're
I
also.
get you don't see the weld lines, but you're just taking the handrail and just cutting it and make it tick, 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 tick.
Sure.
to make
Now
it-
you're gonna have to do that.
Those are like faceted.
To some extent as well, to section those pieces together. So once you make these welds, the reality is they're not gonna be these fine edges. There's plenty of softening room. So this is just a computer 3D model that goes, okay, you need to create this shape. Now, is it gonna be a perfect? There's a lot that can be done in fabrication to essentially round that out.
Like a downspout on a continuous gutter. They can round them.
I mean, they're very high quality.
Wrinkle them, of course.
16 gauge metal.
I get that.
Powder coated white, matte white finish. And having these points, the reality is you're gonna get a lot more softening there. And these lines, I mean, you just literally won't see.
I get that. I get that.
That's helpful.
With this material, you know, just so we understand the longevity, is there a warranty with that? Just,
You know, we could have them put a warranty on it. It's 16 gauge electro galvanized steel. It's probably rates to like literally 1,000 years.
Somebody could fall against that, it's not gonna bend.
16 gauge is heavier than you will ever come across any.
I'm just wondering the longevity, that's what
Gonna
I'm
be
saying.
powder coated though?
If they back up their product.
Powder coat's the highest quality paint you can.
Yeah.
Last-
And even the powder coating itself actually fills, it actually creates an added layer that's thicker than a regular paint as well. So again, softening, that was my, you know, one concern with you guys, but you gotta show how it's built. And I wanted to be honest and represent it. But I almost didn't want to show those lines because you're looking at white and, you know,
I appreciate the
70 feet up in the air, but that's just literally how it's built. So their 3D modeling program, when they have to tell a computer what to cut out and the guys fabricate and stitch all that stuff together. So
Can you tell us, what are we losing? What's different? You could summarize that for us, so let's try not to navigate.
what are we losing? for the
What detail is different from the original?
All the profiles to the top trim, the bottom trim, and this are the same. There's an added little piece of curved cove in here that they would rather not fabricate. Again, I don't think you'd see it. It's instead of a straight shaker, like a shaker cabinet door, it has an extra little internal curve there. If that was necessary, now I don't think it shows it on the other plan, to be honest with you. But
It's a little bit indented, yeah. Yeah, you can see it looks
Okay.
a little bit less
so
level.
if that was
More
necessary,
faceted.
Even in,
so if that's necessary, there's a buyout plastic coat piece that
could be adhered and put in there. I'd rather do that than metal, just because the challenge with the press brake. They have some pretty sophisticated press brake that you really take bends, but that's just an extra piece that, they're trying to do this affordably for us. Comes down to, something that, to be honest, they charge a lot more to do somewhere else, but they, as you know, Pacific Stainless has done a lot of good work for us over the years.
Those are the shadow lines that I think are really important because it was so amazing when they took those big sheets of metal off there and you
Sure.
could see the original and we're.
Are you talking
getting
about
that.
this piece here? So that's not a problem to me if we need to maintain that profile on that particular piece. Other than that, same as original. This extra ring or two, you guys already went over that. You cannot buy the polyurethane, high density poly. And that's a solid stuff. I gave a packet with that just to kind of give you a sense that it's not chintzy stuff. Yeah, they're nice.
That wouldn't be painted. It would be just white.
They're white. You can order them both ways. I think the way to do that would be to do the finished paint. You wouldn't necessarily have to do it in place, but just to make sure that the tones all match.
Yeah,
Because there's all sorts of different tones of white.
Yeah, when I saw the packet you included, it said that they'll send it to you primed and then you
Yeah.
can paint it. Yeah.
So there's a slight difference in this profile. And then there's a tiny little ribbed difference in this bottom profile. If you zoom out.
Sorry.
Fatter.
If we go to the other page, actually, sorry.
The old one was fatter. It's like.
Now the width and the height, all that's the same.
Okay.
So.
Oh, I see.
As you see here, it has a jog. Now, if you go back to the other page and then again, just like this, it's a little more of a. So if you go back to the other page, you think about this part and this part.
Oh, I see.
Right here. See that little notch right there? That's different. It's. You add them all up, that's really close, but there is a subtle difference and that's just bendability without an obsessive amount of welding. And then up there. If you come down, I can point to it.
Well,
This little part right there. So this is all relatively the same, that swoop, that little part, and then I gave you. On one of the pages an alternative, the top rail. And I talked to them both for an option. Okay, keep going. Up. There. This one, instead of hugging the top of the baluster. That one's actually even closer to the original. That was before that I had these buyout tickets. They had to kind of understand how to attach the tickets in general. So there's still some fine tuning options. I actually like this one better. It's all the same. It just narrows up more to the original because they have these pins on there that can attach.
Yeah, that makes sense.
we can talk about how the original. I'm gonna zoom in. So this is saying your existing column cap to remain
Well,
existing.
that was the original, but then by the time it all got taken apart. Civic has one of those chunks. There were some of them that weren't necessarily in perfect condition, so. Again, that was talked about that, the architect drawing this up as all wood, to be honest with you. I was a little surprised when I finally saw this part of the plan, because I knew that we got approval. To have the flexibility in material.
Can you talk about the columns themselves and so they uncovered the sheet, they took the sheet metal off. There were existing wood columns that were supposed to be repaired and left in place. Can you talk about why you're proposing all metal?
Those came in were parts and pieces. There was some damage to some of them. And it's been proposed to rebuild everything. Out of wood. It's got the pieces to the posts.
So these were not salvageable in their existing form is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay, so they had to be replaced
regardless.
regardless. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the wood was not.
No. The amount of damage done to the wood, there was parts and pieces that were good. And then parts and pieces that weren't, so a fairly all in all, too much to just keep all the remaining wood panels. And what up there is what we got.
Metal clad wood.
Say again.
Said it'll be replaced in wood.
No, I'm proposing an option, and I guess I want to make this clear. Part of having to get approval for this, we've had Pacific Stainless model up these options, say, hey, we can do this before sending them down a road to put all of this stuff in the computer. They have to spend resources doing that. And then we have to decide what kind of procurement process we need to do. So I wouldn't mind the option still, like we had before, wood or metal. But I am quite confident.
You wouldn't be before them if you were going with wood, because you could match the design perfectly, and they've already approved that, just so we're clear, like, this would not be a step in the process if the wood alternative was chosen.
The alternative, that I'm proposing is if, you would allow that as an alternative is the metal option that I'm proposing. And to be honest with you, I do think it will last much longer. I wish I could say that we would maintain all the paint and the wood up there for years.
Into it.
It's just not gonna happen. It's a hard space to get to maintain. I think it will actually ultimately end up being a superior product. And there's some metal up there right now. I don't know if there's a metal bezels that were replaced what was originally. They originally weren't clock faces, actually. They were just painted clocks, but I do think it will last longer and be easier to maintain.
About any other changes like soffit areas or the?
Up under the soffit, this is still correct. You barely see those, but the structural work they had to do under there. They removed the original soffits, and it's essentially like a large shaker door panel up underneath. Whether that's wood or hardy plank material, it doesn't really matter, or hardy board material. You would never guess. There's no reason to do metal under there. That would be, it's completely out of the weather and tucked up under. So that part, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between wood or hardy board. Wood would probably be easier to work with, to be honest with you, just lighter and easier to put up there, but it gets no weathering up underneath there. So that's not a concern for me, and would be most cost effective just to do paint grade plywood with whether it's a 1x3 or something, shaker kind of trim around the edges, but the nature of it being tucked under there.
Well, it wasn't tongue and groove. I was thinking it was tongue and groove.
No, it's not tongue groove.
I was wondering, did you utilize this for documentation before removal? We conditionalize this for documentation.
It was approved a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and the existing condition is why we're here tonight, because it allowed some flexibility for the county on material.
Well, I'm just saying, if we could, was there photographs of the originals?
There's lots of
Profiles.
Yes.
Done and all.
There's been some discussion with the
Just
Lee County.
refresh my memory.
Association
Yes.
To possibly
Maybe show off some of those parts and
off some of the original parts and document the original parts and.
put them with the
Just, yeah.
post column bases on the courthouse. I don't know if I did this correct anyways, but I replaced them because they were rotting away several years ago, and they are high density foam. They're not wood. So it's actually a similar example of replacing something to match the historic that. And they were bad. I mean, kids were tearing off chunks of them, but we have chunks with signatures, old signatures on them from the last time that the museum's kind of put on display. So some opportunity to do that as well.
So the one thing I'm hearing is that we would want this profile to be matched if metal is an alternative, because that was something that was missing in your.
Yeah, and that's fine. If you don't mind, I would like to, that they literally make a plastic, it's a density plastic. It's called the Cove piece.
Like in the
It-
last as well as the metal.
Longer.
Well, plastic can kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, they want to make sure the material was good, but it's essentially shaped like this. There's trim pieces that you can buy that would insert in that line. That, my guess, would be the preference. I could talk to them and they might be able to just make a piece that pops in there, but
Plastic to look different than the other materials on the.
well, if it's smooth, And so that's, yes, we'd also want to match, but the concept is as long as you have a smooth surface and the paint matches matte gloss, semi-gloss.
Powder coating, is that?
Yeah, my other concern was the painting of the different surfaces, because the balusters are different than the top rail and bottom rail, but he seemed confident that he was gonna be able to get the paint to match exact. And if it's not, then, you know, at the final, we're the inspectors here, so.
Keep painting.
Paint it till you get it right. So you're looking for a head nod if this alternative, so that you can do further shop drawings, is that?
Yeah, I mean, so we could move forward and not waste time on pursuing
So what happened?
alternative. And a big part of it, to be honest with you, is a cost.
You're taking this back to the other county commissioners or what's happening?
Yeah, we actually have, tomorrow we have a discussion on it, and if I could come to them with the knowing that this isn't, that, you know, to alleviate the concern that we need to get ultimate approval on the direction.
Yes, we're pretty well comfortable with the plastic inserts.
And Jenny enough comfort to allow me to move forward, or allow us to move forward was, I guess, is what I'm after, because
Charlie's nodding.
Yeah, I feel it's a little bit of a bummer that we're losing some of that detail, but.
well, and you asked about legacy.
But
You asked about legacy, and I'll put mine on the line that I do feel quite confident this will be a very nice.
And I mean, to keeping in mind that
I know.
Well, and our before is.
If you look at before, they didn't care at all, which is, maybe that's a good thing, because it gave us the opportunity.
Like, does anybody?
It was
like
bad.
this?
And it was metal that would give you a bad idea what metal is. It was a tin job that did ductwork or something, and some Boise worker iron rail around it, and so, no, it. it's not
Valid
that
point,
bad.
good point.
There.
All right.
Got what you needed?
I think so. Do you guys?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. And good on you for volunteering this late at night so often, so. That does make me feel good. You guys are putting a lot of thought into it.
I'm retiring. I don't care.
Yeah, this is last meeting.
Congratulations on your second retirement now. What are you gonna do with yourself, Dan?
I won't get paid or anything.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of work.
All right. See you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dan.
Actually, I thought about that, but I haven't thought too hard about it. So semi-annual report? You want to-
Yeah, do you want it?
Oh.
No?
I don't want to give it.
How long? is it?
We already did it. We lived it.
It's different than what.
It's the same one we give to the council.
Did we just watch the council one?
Yeah, we
We've
just,
done that.
we give you the, what we've done before is we present it to you, questions, but it's
Takes a while.
kind of late.
I do have a question about director decision. The 1645 Railroad Avenue Upland Data Center. I didn't see that in the list here, but the roadway widening, the access road to Wolf Road. And it sounded like your decision was did not include, or they were not asking for permission to impact wetlands, or it was just something to do with the floodplain.
Yeah, let me explain it.
And I just wanted to say, I've kayaked over that road at a high spring freshet. Exploded right over it.
Oh, okay.
So it does flood, but anyway,
Yeah, so so
been a while.
we accepted the floodplain permit for that portion. Before the other stuff because of this new floodplain rule that we're dealing with that include, we talked about this, that include Endangered Species Act considerations, essentially no net loss of fish habitat. And that's something that we are supposed to start enacting as of December first. We took that application for that. To be able to make it, to be able to accept an application before we have to start doing that. So they still have to worry about the wetlands, and other stuff. So that's just one piece.
So there will be fill in the floodplain and they're putting a bigger culvert in, right?
There's not much culvert information.
But they said they were gonna do a bigger culvert. I don't know if it's a culvert or not, but
And that's something we'll have to look at to make sure it doesn't restrict the channel.
yeah, that was the word.
Conditions
Restrict
of
channel,
the
whatever that means.
condition, Or of the
Restrict channel, the Maluma channel or the the channel of something coming into it.
the channel of water that goes through the culvert when it's not flooding.
And there's a culvert.
There is one now, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, what I'm just saying with the culvert. With the culvert big enough for the floodwaters to get behind it and flood behind this road, and it becomes less of a problem for the floodplain blocking it. But you have a culvert, the fish can go through, it has to be fish passable and has to meet certain standards for the FNW. So there's other issues, but. So I'm asking to know what the action is besides just getting under the wire so they don't have to do whatever they don't have to do.
Yeah, so ultimately, the Armstrong property was purchased by Upland Data Center. That's the name of the property owner. So clearly, what they're looking at doing is putting in a data center. So that includes demolition of several of the buildings. Some improvements to the existing buildings, and they want to have currently the only access to the site. At least from a nice improved road is from Railroad Avenue. And they want to have the second access, and there's a little gravel road that connects to Old Portland Road, kind of by Stan's. The vector control place, if you're without there.
So the gate.
And there's a pressure sewer line, there's a non-potable fire water line through there, and a little, one lane gravel road. That's what they want to expand for a more utilized access.
Notice that it was already above ordinary highest measured tide or ordinary high water already, so.
So we still have. I still
know this stuff.
They still need to do wetland delineations and go through all of our wetland rules.
Okay, all right.
Before you close the meeting, can I just have a second?
Yeah, for information item.
My information item, yes, I want to say to Christina, you're amazing. We're gonna miss you. Thank you. And you've taken such great care of us, 5 years and. you're gonna be right there, so good luck, and we love you and.
Thank you.
Already.
Fantastic job.
I'm tired.
These are her last minutes as a public employee.
Right, this is it for her.
Let's talk more, so she has more.
That seems to be what she's looking for.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I'm moving to a more social job.
Yeah.
Where I'll work with people more and events and
That sounds fun.
the lodge carts and scapos.
Are you still gonna be serving beer at 13 Nights?
Probably not, but
She's gonna be managing the people.
I'm very, very busy.
Boss.
Yeah,
Oh, the lodge, okay.
you can still serve beer, but
Well, we
I'm sorry.
got a promotion. You're
Yeah.
amazing. We love you.
thank you.
We'll miss you.
I know.
Personally.
I'll miss you guys too. I won't miss these long meetings, but
Yeah.
Big thank you, though.
Do you have any other for information item you had to tell us?
Hope you see you all tomorrow. You can make
We're gonna see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, but that's not a commission.
Not in person, I'll be.
Tomorrow already?
Close.
Okay.